Chapter 192. Kardashian was shocked, but Kunanshan was very calm. He said, "Don't worry, let's see what a Feng will do. I don't think a Feng is a reckless person." The other hunters were also stunned as they looked at Lei Xingfeng. They saw that he didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he swaggered towards the herd of bulls. It must be known that bulls were very sensitive. They had a deep hostility towards any moving object. Even barbarians had to avoid the bull's charge and trample. Kudania was on a big tree. He said, "Kudao, isn't a Feng too careless? If he walks over like this, he won't be attacked by the bulls." Kudao said, "I also don't know why a Feng is like this. Daniu, we'll know if we keep watching." Just when the hunters were worried, a herd of bulls began to charge towards Lei Xingfeng. This was a herd of 70 to 80 bulls. Among them, there were 20 strong bulls. The rest were calves and cows. Once the herd of bulls charged, the momentum would definitely be very frightening. The rumbling sound of hooves sounded. The hunters on the tree all turned pale as they looked at Lei Xingfeng, who was standing alone. Kardashian grabbed a branch with his hand. His fingers turned white as he whispered, "How can it be like this? A Feng. Quickly dodge." "Hey!" Lei Xingfeng stood steadily. He stared at the herd of bulls. Suddenly, he raised his arm and threw out the steel spear in his hand. Whoosh! The steel spear was like a sharp arrow, shooting straight towards the leading bull. The steel spear was so fast that it only left behind an afterimage. In an instant, the spear pierced through the bull's forehead. More than half of the steel spear pierced through the bull's stomach, leaving only a foot-long shaft outside. The bull continued to charge forward a few steps before it fell to the ground with a loud bang. After shooting out the first spear, another one suddenly appeared in Xianfeng's hand, and he shot it out again. Whoosh! 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 More than 10 whistling sounds could be heard as Lei Xingfeng threw out more than 10 steel spears in one breath. Then, the sound of people falling to the ground could be heard. Kardashian opened his mouth wide. He had never thought that this would happen. Every spear pierced a barbarian bull to death. In just a few breaths of time, more than a dozen barbarian bulls had fallen to the ground. The barbarian bulls that followed behind were immediately tripped. Lei Xingfeng did not stop. Spears flew out one after another, each spear taking down a barbarian bull. In just a few minutes, the entire herd of barbarian bulls had fallen. The hunters on the tree were all dumbfounded. They had never seen such a ferocious slaughter. This was not a hunt, this was a massacre. The barbarian bull was no threat to Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng came to the herd of barbarian bulls and pulled out the spears one by one. Then, he put the corpses of the barbarian bulls into his hidden Luan space. In just a quarter of an hour, all the barbarian bulls on the ground had disappeared. There were a total of 76 barbarian bulls. There were 14 baby barbarian bulls, 21 majestic barbarian bulls, and the rest were female barbarian bulls. Lei Xingfeng planned to hunt 2 more herds of barbarian bulls. He did not have the intention to kill them all. All the hunters were shocked by Lei Xingfeng's crazy slaughter. A herd of barbarian bulls. In less than a minute they were all killed. How strong must he be? It was 2F** King scary. If he wanted to kill, no one would be able to stop him. Lei Xingfeng slowly walked towards another herd of barbarian bulls. This was a larger herd with more than 100 barbarian bulls. The herd of barbarian bulls quickly discovered Lei Xingfeng and immediately let out threatening cries. Lei Xingfeng ignored them and a spear appeared in his hand. Suddenly, the rumbling of hooves could be heard. About 30 barbarian bulls charged towards Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng raised his hand and shot out spears. One after another appeared in his hand. The sound of the spears breaking through the air could be heard again. Without any suspense, in less than 3 minutes, the herd of barbarian bulls were all killed. Not a single barbarian bull could escape. This was the difference between a practitioner and a normal person. A normal person could not kill barbarian bulls like this, nor could they kill so many barbarian bulls. A practitioner, on the other hand, could kill these barbarian bulls effortlessly. The hunters in the trees began to feel numb. However, they were secretly happy. Once they brought back so many barbarian bulls, there would be meat for the entire winter. There was also so much barbarian bull hides. This time, Tiger Cliff Castle was going to be rich. After killing 2 herds of barbarian bulls, Lei Xingfeng stopped. There were many barbarian bulls living in this grassland. There were at least a few thousand of them. Killing 200 barbarian bulls was nothing. Leaving 100 barbarian bulls and hides for Tiger Cliff Castle would be enough for them to survive the winter. Lei Xingfeng pulled out his spear and put the corpses into his hidden Luan space. Then he walked back and said, "All right, there are enough barbarian bulls. Uncle Ku, let everyone scout. I want to find the barbarian tribe's gathering place." Uncle Ku looked at Lei Xingfeng with a strange expression. Was this still the lively youth from before? He sighed inwardly and said, "All right, I'll organize it." As he said that, he whistled and the hunters came down from the trees. Everyone who saw Lei Xingfeng had a look of respect. To be able to hunt like this person was definitely strong. Hunters always had respect for strong people. When they knew that Lei Xingfeng wanted to clear out the barbarians, the hunters cheered. The hunters in the mountains all knew that the most dangerous thing in the forest was not the large beasts but the barbarians. Because the barbarians were intelligent and strong, they liked to hunt humans. This was a necessary process for them to show their bravery. If the barbarians did not hunt humans, they were not considered warriors. Many of the hunters in Tiger Cliff Castle had died in the hands of the barbarians. Therefore, when Kardashian ordered to search for the barbarian tribe, no one would back down. They immediately spread out and entered the forest. Of course, they also formed small groups to search for the barbarian tribe. Jean Dia laughed. "Afong, you scared them." Mad Eagle said, "It's normal. If they could still be calm, then there would be a problem." Tiger Love asked, "Afong, barbarians, what are they?" Lei Xingfeng said, "The natives here hunt hunters for glory." Tiger Love was shocked. "There are natives like that? Are there no practitioners here?" Lei Xingfeng said, "There are, how could there not be? It's just that there aren't any high-level practitioners here. At most, there are 3rd or 4th ring sages. These people are all controllers, so they won't go to the mountains to kill the barbarian tribe. As for those low-level Wanluan Shi and Millwheel masters, they might be able to kill a lot of barbarians, but it's impossible for them to exterminate the barbarians." Tiger Love said, "If it was our hometown, we would have exterminated the barbarians a long time ago." Lei Xingfeng said, "This is a remote mountain area. There aren't many people here. Even if hunters were killed, who would know if they weren't locals?" Mad Eagle said, "What do you plan to do?" Lei Xingfeng said, "I don't care. I just want to clean up the area around Tiger Cliff so that the barbarians won't dare to come here. As for the rest, I don't care." Mad Eagle nodded. "Yes, that's good. Although it won't solve the root of the problem, at least it will make our hometown safer." Lei Xingfeng laughed. "Yes, I have some feelings for my hometown, hee. Mad Eagle said, hee, consider it as giving back to your hometown. Good thing you don't have a big family, or else, hee, you'll be even busier." Lei Xingfeng laughed bitterly. "If I had a big family, it would be different. Too bad, I can't even find little sister Yi." He never mentioned his parents and never met them, so he didn't have any feelings for them. Mad Eagle comforted him. "You'll find them. They're not normal people." Lei Xingfeng nodded. "Yes, I'll find them." In the evening, the hunters honked and gathered. They came to the treehouse beside the pond. It was a resting place for the hunters of Tiger Cliff Castle. It was also a hunting ground. Lei Xingfeng asked, "Did you find them?" The hunters all shook their heads. They didn't find the barbarians' gathering place. Lei Xingfeng didn't find it strange. The mountain area was too big. With only 20 people, they couldn't have gone far. If they found the barbarians, then they were lucky. It was normal that they couldn't find them. Lei Xingfeng laughed. "It's okay. Let's rest tonight. Tomorrow, the four of us will search. We'll definitely find the barbarians' gathering place. He was very confident. This confidence was built on the fact that the four of them could fly. Once they could fly, their scouting range would be very wide. If the barbarians had a tribe, they wouldn't be able to hide it. Taking out a wild bull, Dashan and his men began to skin it and boil water to prepare for dinner. There were more than 20 of them, and all of them were strong men. It was more than enough for them to eat a bull and some other small game. While these hunters were searching for barbarians, they also hunted some small animals such as wild rabbits and pheasants. He also hunted 2 precious lambs. These things were delicious. The precious lambs were very small, at most 20 to 30 gene of meat. However, even in Tiger Cliff Castle, precious lambs were still good food. A big pot was set up. Someone picked up a large pile of dead trees. Lei Xingfeng specially took out a few oil trees and put them under the pile of firewood. The hunters were all experts in cooking. Some of them found wild vegetables and mushrooms and cooked them with the barbarian beef. Large amounts of rock salt were sprinkled into the pot. All kinds of wild vegetables and fresh mushrooms were added into the pot. When the water boiled, the aroma was already coming out. In fact, cooking in the wild was a very dangerous thing. It would attract strong beasts. However, with Lei Xingfeng and the other 3, the hunters didn't care too much. Any hunter would know how to cook a mixed stew. It was all kinds of meat, wild vegetables, mushrooms, bamboo shoots, and a few handfuls of rock salt. It was an exceptional delicacy because it was the freshest meat and the freshest vegetables. Only then could it be cooked into the best mixed stew. Some people even added in some salted meat for flavor. This was the conclusion of their experience. Chapter 193. Even though Jean Dia, Mad Eagle, and Tiger Love had seen a lot, they had never tasted a stew like this before. When they smelled the tempting aroma, the 3 of them began to salivate. Jean Dia said, "This is almost as good as our fatty's cooking. Why is it so fragrant?" Lei Xingfeng laughed. "This is the most famous stew here. The main ingredient is bull meat. Only with this kind of meat can you make the most delicious dishes. Haha, I've only eaten it a few times. It's mainly because bull meat is too rare." Kardashian also sighed. In the past, even a small hunting group could not hunt a bull. If we could hunt one, it would be a small festival for us Tiger Cliff Castle hunters. With a large bonfire lit and more than 20 hunters and Lei Xingfeng's group of 4, it was very safe. Even if there were large beasts, they would not be afraid. After seeing Lei Xingfeng kill a bull, the hunters seemed to have a backbone. They were not afraid of being attacked by wild beasts. They began to eat happily. Everyone had a big bowl of meat and ate with big mouthfuls. If the bull meat was cooked fresh, it would be very delicious and tender. The best meat in the barbarian gathering continent was bull meat. No other meat could compare. Mad Eagle and Tiger Love had eaten bacon and dried meat made with bull meat, but this was the first time they had eaten fresh bull meat. They almost swallowed their tongues. It was too delicious. Awo! Jean Dia stood up with a smile. He put down the copper basin in his hand and asked for a spear. He raised his arm and threw it. With a loud crash, a black shadow fell from the tree. Jean Dia then said, "This prey is yours." The hunter who handed him the spear was overjoyed. He thanked Jean Dia and immediately ran down the tree. Soon, the hunter dragged a dead leopard. He exclaimed, "How accurate!" The spear shot into the leopard's head from the left ear to the right. This kind of piercing method could get the whole leopard's skin. The roars of various beasts gradually increased, and some of the hunters seemed to be a little uneasy. Lei Xingfeng said, "Don't worry, everyone. Just leave the safety to us." Attracted by the smell of blood, many beasts began to wander around the campfire. As there were many hunters, they did not dare to attack for the time being. However, as long as they dared to come close, they would be killed by Jean Dia, Mad Eagle, or Tiger Love. They would ask the hunters around them for a spear and shoot it out. The prey would belong to the owner of the spear, So many hunters gathered around them, hoping that they would lend them a spear. Kardashian couldn't help but laugh and scold, "These good-for-nothings." Lei Xingfeng also found it funny, but he didn't curse. He knew that the life of a hunter wasn't easy. Although the meat of a beast wasn't as delicious as bull meat, their fur was very valuable and could be exchanged for a lot of daily necessities. After finishing their meal, they had killed 7 or 8 beasts. Most of them were leopards, forest tigers, and a few lone wolves. The hunters who obtained the wild beasts were all overjoyed. Of course, when they returned, they would also share some of the meat with others. Their harvest was mainly the pelts. A large leopard's pelt was not inferior to a bull's pelt. That was because the large leopard's pelt had beautiful patterns. At night, Lei Xingfeng sat on the platform of the treehouse to cultivate. At the same time, he was guarding the hunters. All the hunters lived in the trees. Most of the trees here had holes. As long as the holes were blocked, a few people could sleep inside. After Lei Xingfeng finished cultivating, Jin Dia came to keep watch. He went back to the treehouse and lay down in his clothes. He slept until dawn. In the morning, all the hunters quickly gathered. Kardashian came over and asked, "Afeng, what should we do today?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Of the 4 of us, 1 will stay behind to look after the team. The other 2 will come with me to find the barbarian tribe. Let's split up and search. We don't have to go too far, just nearby." Kardashian said, "All right, Afeng, be careful. If you find the barbarian tribe, wait for us to attack together." He still didn't know how strong Lei Xingfeng was. He was still afraid that Lei Xingfeng was alone. Lei Xingfeng heard his worry and felt very warm. He smiled and said, "Uncle Ku, it's okay." Tiger Love said, "I'll stay with the hunters. Afeng, don't worry. With me looking after them, they'll be fine." Lei Xingfeng was, of course, not worried. It was easy for a 9th ring sage to take care of more than 20 hunters. Hu San walked over and said, "Afeng, go to the north. It's very likely." Lei Xingfeng said, "Has anyone seen barbarians in the north before?" Hu San nodded and said, "Yes, Xiao Dao saw barbarians in the north last time. He didn't dare to contact them and came back." Xiao Dao was Kudao. Lei Xingfeng also knew him. He was one of the stronger hunters in Tiger Cliff Castle. Lei Xingfeng said, "All right, let's go." He took Jin Dia and Mad Eagle into the air and flew towards the north. Most of the hunters here had never seen a person fly in the air. They were shocked and started talking among themselves. Tiger Love smiled and said, "Don't make a fuss. Afeng is very strong now." Kardashian and Kunanshan saw Lei Xingfeng fall from the sky, but they didn't say anything. They were still shocked when they saw Lei Xingfeng fly again. They understood that Lei Xingfeng was already in a different world from them. Lei Xingfeng and the other 2 flew for a while in the air. He said, "Uncle Jean, Uncle Ing, let's fly separately. We can see a bigger area. Barbarians are not much different from humans, but they are taller and wear simple clothes. They look very fierce. You'll know when you see them." The 2 of them agreed and went in 2 different directions. Lei Xingfeng flew in a straight line and surveyed the area below. It was his first time flying in his hometown, and he had just learned how to fly. He was still very curious, so he didn't fly very high. He only flew about 10 meters above the treetops so that he could see the scenery below clearly. He didn't fly very far before he heard Jin Dia's earth-shattering howl. He immediately understood that Jin Dia must have discovered the barbarians. He rushed over without hesitation. Soon, he saw Mad Eagle flying towards him from the other side. When he got close to Lei Xingfeng, he said, "Old Jin must have found the target." Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "Let's go quickly." Soon, they saw Jin Dia flying around in the air, constantly emitting sharp howls. They looked down and saw dozens of barbarians running around in panic. Once they scattered, Jin Dia swooped down from the sky and pretended to attack. The barbarians were so scared that they immediately turned around and ran. Just like that, the barbarians gradually gathered together. Mad Eagle laughed and said, That's a good idea. It'll be hard to deal with them if they scatter. Lei Xingfeng said, Uncle Jean, what are you doing? Kill them. He knew how fierce and merciless the barbarians were. If a hunter was caught, he would really be eaten, especially during the winter when there was a lack of food. The barbarians and the residents here were basically in a situation where they would fight to the death. Jean Dia laughed and said, Didn't I want you to deal with them? All right, since you want them to die, then let them die. In the blink of an eye, he had plunged into the crowd of barbarians. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere. With Jean Dia's ninth ring sage strength, and the fact that he had killed countless barbarians, killing these few barbarians was nothing to him. Lei Xingfeng suddenly reacted and shouted, Leave one alive! But he was too late. There were a total of 20 barbarians. A few breaths' time was enough for Jean Dia to kill them all. Jean Dia immediately stopped, but it was too late. Not a single barbarian was left standing. They were all lying in pools of blood. He was a little embarrassed and said, I'm sorry, I was a little fast. I killed them all. Mad Eagle couldn't stop laughing. He said, Old Jean, how long has it been since you killed someone? Jean Dia said, To be honest, when I was younger I often killed people. When I reached 7th or 8th ring, I rarely killed people. When I became a 9th ring sage, this was my first time killing someone. I was a little excited, so my hands slipped. Lei Xingfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had to admit that Jean Dia's killing skills were extremely sharp. He didn't use any of his cultivation skills. He just used a long saber and a hand. Slashing and punching, he killed 20 barbarians in a few breaths' time. The barbarians weren't ordinary people. They were extremely fast and strong. They could run fast and jump high, but under Jean Dia's slaughter, they couldn't resist at all. They were killed silently. Lei Xingfeng said, Impressive, Uncle Jean. You're an expert at killing people. All right, let's continue looking. Jean Dia said, There are so many barbarians. Their tribe should be nearby. We should be able to find them soon. Lei Xingfeng nodded. Yes, that's right. This should be Lead Eagle's territory. Oh right, Lead Eagle's people have already moved. Did the barbarians take over Lead Eagle's residence? Jean Dia said, What Lead Eagle? Lei Xingfeng explained, Lead Eagle is another settlement. They had a conflict with Tiger Cliff, but we defeated them and they all moved away. Jean Dia said, If that's the case, then you're probably right. Let's go and take a look. Lei Xingfeng hadn't been to Lead Eagle before, but he knew that it was north of Tiger Cliff. He said, Let's go and take a look. Mad Eagle said, Lead Eagle? Is the name of Lead Eagle's people Eagle? Lei Xingfeng laughed. What? Are you trying to claim kinship? That's right, there are many people with the surname Eagle in Lead Eagle. Mad Eagle said, I'm not claiming kinship. There aren't many people with the surname Eagle. Maybe they're really distant relatives. Lei Xingfeng was stunned. He said, No way. Chapter 194. Lei Xingfeng looked at Mad Eagle speechlessly. He said, Uncle Ing, don't joke like that. Although I didn't kill many of Lead Eagle's men and only chase them away, if they are really your relatives, I'll be embarrassed. Mad Eagle suddenly laughed and said, A phone, even if Lead Eagle really has my distant relatives, it's no big deal. Haha, do you have to be so nervous? Jean Dia said, A phone is interested in this. Don't talk nonsense. Mad Eagle raised his hand and said, Okay, I'm just guessing. Lei Xingfeng smiled bitterly. Back then, he was the one who forced Lead Eagle to move away and killed many of their hunters. If they were Mad Eagle's distant relatives, it would be embarrassing. He said, This world is big, but this world is small. Okay, let's go to Lead Eagle and have a look. The three of them quickly flew towards Lead Eagle. Mad Eagle said, Let me do it this time. Lei Xingfeng said, No, let me do it. Mad Eagle smiled bitterly and said, A phone, it's really nothing. I was just asking. Lei Xingfeng nodded and didn't say anything. Jean Dia secretly laughed. Mad Eagle said, "Hey, old Jean, what are you laughing at?" Jean Dia laughed and said, "You're making things difficult for a Feng, haha." Mad Eagle said, "Go away. I was just curious. I'm an ancestor in the eagle family. All my relatives are dead." With his 9th ring sage body, it was impossible for him to cultivate to this level without at least a few hundred years. Not to mention his distant relatives, even his close relatives would have died long ago if they didn't cultivate. Lei Xingfeng heard this and suddenly felt relieved. He said, "You're an ancestor, so you probably don't have many relatives who know about it." Mad Eagle said, "I've been in the hidden sect for almost 160 years. How could I still have any relatives? Even if I did, I don't know how many generations have passed." Not long after, Lei Xingfeng saw a barbarian. Then, he saw a few more barbarians hiding in the bushes. However, with Lei Xingfeng's sharp eyes, these barbarians had nowhere to hide. They could see them clearly. Mad Eagle roared and pounced forward. He was a little annoyed with himself for saying the wrong thing just now, so he didn't have any intention of holding back against these barbarians. With a flash of his blade, the barbarians screamed in agony. In just a few seconds, Mad Eagle flew back up and said, "This seems to be where the barbarians are active." Lei Xingfeng nodded. "Yes, it seems like Lead Eagle has been taken over by the barbarians. Maybe their tribe is in Lead Eagle." The three of them continued to fly. After a while, they saw Lead Eagle. Jean Dia laughed. "Sure enough, that's where the barbarian tribe has settled down. Haha, this tribe doesn't seem very big. Even if it was a small tribe, there were at least 500 people. Among them, there were at least 150 to 200 barbarians who could hunt. There were at least 30 to 40 elite barbarians." Lei Xingfeng narrowed his eyes and said, "These barbarians must be eliminated. They are too big a threat to Tiger Cliff Castle." Strictly speaking, these barbarians were a bigger threat than the barbarians from Lead Eagle. How could he let them live here? Jean Dia said, "There are 2 paths here. As long as we block these 2 paths, they won't be able to escape." Lei Xingfeng agreed, "Yes, Uncle Jean, you take one path. Uncle Ing, you take the other path. If they try to escape, kill them one by one. Haha, I'll take care of the barbarians." He wanted to personally eliminate this threat. At this time, the barbarians had already noticed the 3 hovering in the air. They all cried out in alarm. Whether they were barbarians or normal people, they all knew that anyone who could fly was extremely terrifying. The barbarians began to flee in panic. Although they were savage and incomparably fierce, it didn't mean that they weren't afraid of death. Moreover, they weren't beasts. They had their own intelligence, and their intelligence wasn't any lower than a normal person's. When they met someone who could fly, they didn't even think of resisting. Their first thought was to escape. However, no matter how strong they were, how fierce they were in battle, or how fast they could run, they couldn't compare to 3 sages. 2 9th ring sages and 1 7th ring sages were especially easy to deal with. Lei Xingfeng flew directly above the barbarian tribe and attacked from above. This was the first time the Chaos Wheel had shown its power. Boom! With just a light attack, the Chaos Wheel destroyed 2 houses and killed all the people inside. Just like an air raid, Lei Xingfeng quickly circled in the air and launched countless attacks. After this period of training, the Chaos Wheel's power had increased a lot. Lei Xingfeng also wanted to test it out. In just a few minutes, the barbarians had attacked from top to bottom. All the houses left behind by the Chaos Wheel were turned to ashes. None of the barbarians who were caught in the attack were able to escape. Only the barbarians who were nearby were able to escape when Lei Xingfeng attacked. They madly ran along the path and crashed into Jean Dia or Mad Eagle. Even the bravest barbarians were frightened by such a bloody massacre. Many of them knelt down and surrendered, which was a rare sight. Jean Dia and Mad Eagle simply couldn't accept this. In just a few moments, the entire tribe was slaughtered. Lei Xingfeng didn't chase after the few barbarians that escaped because he knew that he needed the barbarians to spread the news. This way, no barbarian tribes would migrate here. After clearing out the barbarian tribe, Lei Xingfeng, Jean Dia, and Mad Eagle turned around and flew back. After killing the barbarian tribe, Lei Xingfeng's mood was very good. This hidden danger would only increase with time, and the damage to Tiger Cliff Castle would increase. Once the barbarian tribe grew stronger, the residents of Tiger Cliff Castle would either have to migrate or be trapped to death. There was no third option. Once the traditional hunting grounds were occupied, they would slowly decline, not to mention that they could fight with the barbarians at any time. This could be considered as Lei Xingfeng repaying the people of Tiger Cliff Castle. If it wasn't for their help, Lei Xingfeng and his sister would have starved to death. Mad Eagle laughed. The barbarians here aren't that strong, Lei Xingfeng said. Of course you don't think they're strong. You're a 9th ring sage, how can you say that? When I first started cultivating, I was only 100 Luan master. Fighting with the barbarians was very difficult. And I guess you didn't have such an experience. Mad Eagle said, 100 Luan master, such a distant memory. When I became 100 Luan master, I forgot. I don't even know how I felt. Jean Dia sighed and said, not to mention 100 Luan master, I don't even remember what it feels like to become a sage with one true ring body. It's been too long, Lei Xingfeng muttered. Damn, is this Alzheimer's? He laughed. What's the use of remembering all that? It's best if you both become monarchs again. Hee, that's when you'll remember it. Jean Dia and Mad Eagle almost fell from the sky. The two rolled their eyes. Mad Eagle said, Afong, you can't tease us like that. Becoming a monarch. This barrier has stopped countless geniuses. As for us who relied on rings to break through, we have no hope at all. Lei Xingfeng laughed. As long as you're alive, there's always a chance. I forgot who said this, but I think it makes sense. Jean Dia said, it doesn't sound reliable. Just like me. I rely on rings to survive. Once I lose rings, I won't be able to last long. My hope is rings, not advancement. AI becoming a monarch. It doesn't sound realistic. The two lamented and scolded Lei Xingfeng until he was speechless. Lei Xingfeng said, all right, Uncle and I don't have anything in common. Jean Dia and Mad Eagle were speechless. This was too much of a bully. Thinking about it, it was still the same saying, it's good to be young. Back at the hunter's treehouse, Lei Xingfeng was the first to land. Kardashian asked, Afong, did you see any barbarians? Before Lei Xingfeng could speak, Mad Eagle said, killed them all. Kunanshan said, killed them all, how many did you kill? Lei Xingfeng said, the original lead eagle was taken over by a barbarian tribe. These words shocked the group of hunters. They had all lived here for a long time. Hearing this news, of course they were shocked. This meant that there would never be a day of peace in the future. Kardashian said, if I knew this would happen, I would have let the people from Lead Eagle live here, AI. Jean Dia didn't understand. Why are you sighing? That barbarian tribe was completely wiped out by a Afong. I don't think any barbarians will come here in the future. The hunters were both surprised and happy. Kushur even lightly knocked Lei Xingfeng and praised, Afong, good job. Everyone's faces were filled with joy. This was even more exciting than harvesting a large amount of prey. With this barbarian tribe gone, Tiger Cliff Castle was completely safe. Everyone had the same thought. In the future, they wouldn't have to worry about barbarians ambushing them. Because of this, everyone was grateful to Lei Xingfeng. Kardashian also smiled. That's great. Without the barbarians, there will be more prey. Every hunter knew that as long as the barbarians were here, there would be fewer prey. Then, the barbarian tribe would migrate. However, these hunters had families to feed, so migrating was almost impossible. Because of this, life would become extremely difficult. After eliminating the barbarians, this piece of land would be enough to feed the people of Tiger Cliff Castle. Of course, it would still be difficult to live here. Lei Xingfeng asked, Uncle Ku, Uncle Nanshan, Uncle Shi, do you want to move to another place with me? Chapter 195. Uncle Ku, Ku Nanshan, and Ku Shi were all stunned. After a while, Ku Dashan smiled, Feng, you're too kind. Haha, I'm already used to this place and don't want to move anymore. Life here may be tough, but it's all within my control. Leaving here, I don't even know what to do. Ku Nanshan also rejected Lei Xingfeng's suggestion. He felt that life in Tiger Cliff Castle was good. Ku Shi shook his head. I only know how to hunt, I don't know anything else. So let's just stay here. No one was willing to leave their homeland. They were all normal people, different from practitioners. They were afraid of leaving familiar places. Lei Xingfeng sighed and said, All right, I won't force you guys. He believed that he could provide a good place for them to live. Since they weren't willing, he wouldn't force them. This was their own choice. Ku Nanshan smiled, Feng, although we won't go, Uncle still thanks you. Haha, Uncle appreciates your kindness. Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, Let's go back to Tiger Cliff Castle. There's still a bunch of bulls to deal with. Speaking of the barbarian bulls, Dashan and the others remembered the shocking scene of Xian Feng killing the barbarian bulls and the sudden disappearance of the barbarian bulls. They had always wanted to ask about it, but they didn't know where to start until Xian Feng brought it up himself. Ku Dashan asked curiously, Where are the bulls? Lei Xingfeng smiled, I have them with me. I'll let them out when we get back. Ku Dashan was confused, but since Lei Xingfeng didn't explain further, he didn't ask further. It was no wonder that Lei Xingfeng didn't say anything. Even if he did, they wouldn't understand. Of course, those who didn't cultivate wouldn't understand the existence of the hidden Luan space. Ku Nanshan smiled, Don't worry so much. Anyway, Feng is keeping them. Are you afraid that you won't be able to see the bulls? Let's go back. Returning to Tiger Cliff Castle, the old chief, Tsangyu, personally welcomed them. Although he was surprised that so many hunters had only carried a few fierce beasts and small animals like pheasants, rabbits, and goats, he still warmly welcomed them. When Lei Xingfeng released the bulls from the hidden Luan space, everyone was shocked. More than 200 bulls were spread out on the ground. Lei Xingfeng said, This time I'll have to trouble everyone in the castle to clean up. 200 bulls. I think we should divide them into groups and set up a wooden frame to hang the bulls. Every family, other than the children and the elderly, everyone else needs to help. Tsangyu was an experienced hunter, and once the best one, but he had never seen anyone hunt so many bulls at once. The beef had to be marinated, and fresh meat couldn't be kept for too long. If it wasn't handled properly, it would become rancid. He couldn't care less about his shock and joy. He immediately ordered all the residents of Tiger Cliff Castle to come out and help. In fact, even without Tsangyu's orders, everyone came out. It was too sensational. This was a scene that Tiger Cliff Castle had never seen since it was founded. A huge wooden frame was set up and the bulls were hung on it. Then the hunters came forward and began to cut them up. The hides were taken care of by the women. Large amounts of internal organs were put in wooden basins. The horns were also good stuff. The horns were placed on the side and large chunks of meat were cut off. Immediately, someone took out rock salt and began to marinate them. Then, they hung them up to dry. Lei Xingfeng, Jin Dia, and Mad Eagle were invited to Tsangyu's home to receive them. Although more than 200 barbarian bulls were a lot, it only took them a day to deal with all the barbarian bulls in the fort. The rest of the barbarian bulls were unimportant. Today, every family was stewing meat and making a thick soup of bull bones. The whole Tiger Cliff Castle was filled with the rich aroma of bull meat. Lei Xingfeng only took a portion of the cured meat and 10 or so hide. The rest was distributed by Tsangyu to all the families in the castle. Every family received a few 100 pounds of meat, a few 100 pounds of bones, and some internal organs. The whole of Tiger Cliff Castle was as lively as a festival. The children were especially happy. Even though most of the people in Tiger Cliff Castle were hunters, not every family could eat meat. Those who could eat until they were full were usually the hunters in the family. Everyone else had it harder. Lei Xingfeng returned to his small courtyard. Everything was still there, but Ah Yi and his little sister were nowhere to be seen. Sighing, Lei Xingfeng sat in the courtyard in a daze. Jean Dia, Mad Eagle, and Tiger Love each sat on one side. After a while, Lei Xingfeng said, "Sigh, it's a pity that Ah Yi didn't come back. If he came back, I would know where to look." Jean Dia reminded him, "Why don't you leave an address as well? If your family comes back, they can find you. At the very least, there will be news." Lei Xingfeng nodded. He knew that his sect had a representative on the continent. Mad Eagle and Tiger Love both knew this. He told Tiger Love to tell Tsangyu and leave an address. Once Ah Yi came back, he could tell him the address. This was a hope. Lei Xingfeng left this hope. If Elder Thunderstorm came back, he would definitely come looking for him. Jean Dia said, "A Feng, how long do you plan to stay here?" Lei Xingfeng said, "This is not a place to stay for long. Go pick up your family's Jean Depang. Haha, I really miss his cooking. He's a talent." The next day, Lei Xingfeng and the other two left. Sangyu felt a little regretful. If Lei Xingfeng stayed for a while longer and went hunting again, his life this year would be comfortable. However, he also understood that he couldn't keep such an expert. Lei Xingfeng said a few words to Kudashan, Kunanshan, and Kushur before the four of them flew into the air and quickly left. "Where is this?" Lei Xingfeng laughed. "This is Hongtong City." He still remembered that when he left Tiger Cliff Castle, he lived here for a while. He even killed a great elder's great-grandson and caused a lot of trouble. Hongtong City had Shi Quan and Hong Chen, who could be considered two friends. In order to protect Lei Xingfeng, Shi Quan had a conflict with the great elder of the inner sect, Unzi Shi. In the end, it was Ah Yi who intervened and killed him. At that time, Lei Xingfeng hadn't even reached the level of a mill wheel master and had just started cultivating. Lei Xingfeng's mind suddenly flashed with a thought. Ah Yi and the people of Hongtong City knew each other. Perhaps they were in contact. He said, "I'm going to find a friend to ask about the situation." Jean Dia said, "Is it in front of Hongtong City?" Lei Xingfeng nodded, "It's in front. We'll fly there directly." From the air, they could still vaguely make out the original path into the city. Lei Xingfeng took the lead and led the way. The four of them flew into Hongtong City. Slightly identifying the direction, Lei Xingfeng already saw the place where Shi Quan lived. When the four of them landed from the sky, there were already many cultivators around them. All of their eyes were filled with fear. As cultivators, everyone knew what it meant to be able to fly in the sky. They were definitely extremely powerful experts. Moreover, there were four of them coming down at once. It was too frightening. They were all 100 Lun Masters, 1,000 Lun Masters, and a few Wan Lun Shi. The leader was a mill wheel master. With Lei Xingfeng's current strength, looking at them again, their levels were too low. He could almost see through their strength. There wasn't even a sage here. Lei Xingfeng said, "Is Great Elder Shi Quan here?" The mill wheel master nervously said, "Excuse me. Who are these guests?" Lei Xingfeng laughed, "Don't be nervous. They're friends, not enemies." Mad Eagle laughed, "If they were enemies, this city would already be gone." The mill wheel master was so scared that he trembled. These words were too damn shameful. What they meant was, if they were enemies, they would have already destroyed the entire city. But hearing Lei Xingfeng say they were friends, he secretly let out a sigh of relief. If they were enemies, he wouldn't know what to do. He said, "Four seniors, I'll go report now. Please wait." Tiger Love said, "Not bad. You can still be considered calm." The mill wheel master staggered a few steps and walked into the house. Mad Eagle and Jean Dia had a look of schadenfreude, letting out a chuckle. Tiger Love's words were indeed very cold. In just a moment, a few people came out of the house. The leader was Shi Quan. The person beside him was Hong Chen. There was also another person that Lei Xingfeng didn't expect. It was Hong Chen's female disciple, Yan Yan. The three of them were stunned when they saw Lei Xingfeng. This was because Lei Xingfeng had changed a lot. He had changed from a youth to a youth. But they all felt a sense of familiarity. Shi Quan probed, "You are?" Lei Xingfeng scratched his head and said with a bit of embarrassment, "I am Lei Xingfeng. Do you still remember?" This time, not only did Mad Eagle and Jean Dia laugh, even Tiger Love couldn't help but laugh. Was this the friend he was talking about? He actually asked his friend if he still remembered him. This was too funny. Lei Xingfeng's face reddened. This was a bit embarrassing. Luckily Shi Quan reacted quickly. When Lei Xingfeng reported, he had already reacted. But there was still a bit of doubt in his heart. The person who came to report had specifically mentioned that the 4 people came from the sky. Of course he understood that practitioners who could fly must be at least 6th ring sage. 4 6th ring sages coming over was very frightening. But what level Lei Xingfeng was at, Shi Quan knew. That year, Lei Xingfeng hadn't even reached the level of a mill wheel master. How could he be a 6th ring sage? Was this a joke? Shi Quan's mind was a bit confused. He pointed at the sky and then at Lei Xingfeng, saying, You are a Feng. This you flew here? Jean Dia laughed. Of course he flew here. Did he walk here? Haha, a Feng is a 7th ring sage. Shi Quan's mind was in a daze. He couldn't understand how Lei Xingfeng was a 7th ring sage. It hadn't been many years since the last time, so how could he have advanced so quickly? One had to know that he was a 3rd ring sage. Even now, he was still a 3rd ring sage. There was no chance for him to advance, but Lei Xingfeng had surpassed him. Chapter 196. You're that Lei Xingfeng. Senior Thunderstorm is your grandfather? Shi Quan's mind was a mess. Looking closely at Lei Xingfeng's face, he could see the shadow of his youth, but he couldn't understand how in such a short period of time, he could go from a low-level practitioner to a 7th ring sage. This was completely beyond his knowledge and understanding. Lei Xingfeng said, "That's right, it's me. And no need to be surprised, you can also advance quickly." He had a sentence in his heart, and that was, "Your advancement speed is different from mine. If you were given 9 rings, advancing to 9th ring wouldn't be a problem, but if you were to advance on your own, you'd probably reach 4th ring in your lifetime." Shi Quan was even more confused. What did he mean by "you can also advance quickly"? He had been stuck at the 3-ring level for a very long time. He had almost given up on advancing, let alone advancing quickly. Wasn't this nonsense? Hong Chen had advanced. He was now a 2nd ring sage, so he was already an inner sect elder. His female disciple hadn't advanced, but she would soon. After a few more years of hard work, she would definitely advance. "A Feng, hello." Hong Chen took the initiative to greet him, and Yan Yan also nodded. Shi Quan said, "Hi, hello." "A Feng, is he?" He wanted to call him senior, but he couldn't say it, it was too difficult. Lei Xingfeng knew he was embarrassed and said, "Just call me a Feng, you and ye are friends, so you're my senior." Shi Quan let out a big sigh of relief. Practitioners were indeed differentiated by strength, but if there was a difference between seniors and juniors, then there was no need to care about strength. If the son's strength was higher than the father's, how could the father call the son senior? Everyone had their own opinions. "A Feng, please come in." Shi Quan's attitude became more natural, and he remembered that it was impolite to let the guests stand, so he immediately let Lei Xingfeng and the other 3 in. Hong Chen also said, "That's right, let's talk inside, please come in." The group of people all came to Shi Xian's guest hall. Lei Xingfeng then introduced, "Uncle Jean, Uncle Ing, Uncle Tiger, this is Ye's friend, Shi Xian, Hong Tong's inner sect great elder, this is Du Hong Chen, outer sect elder. This is his disciple, Yan Yan." Shi Quan smiled. "Old Du is already an elder of the inner sect. He's now a second ring sage. A Feng, who are these three? Lei Xingfeng gestured for them to introduce themselves. Jean Dia stepped forward and said, Jean Dia, ninth ring sage, captain of a Feng's guard. Mad Eagle said, Mad Eagle, just call me Old Eagle, ninth ring sage, a Feng's guard. Actually, he and Tiger Love were both captain of guards. Tiger Love smiled. Tiger Love, and you can call me Tiger or Uncle Tiger, he, ninth ring sage, a Feng's guard. After the three of them finished speaking, the guest hall was dead silent. Qi Xian, Hong Chun, Yen, as well as the disciples and grand disciples who followed them into the hall, all had their mouths wide open, their faces full of shock. Is this a joke? Three ninth ring sages, the so-called Ashen Seal Sage, the top existence of this world, and they were all king guards. Even if you wanted to scare people, you shouldn't scare them like this. After a while, Shi Quan made a few muffled sounds, and finally calmed down a bit. He said, Ninth ring sage, Jean Dia smiled. Our ninth ring sage is a bit fake. Hee, don't be so weird. Ninth ring sages aren't monsters, there are plenty of them. Shi Quan pointed at Lei Xingfeng. But they're your guards? Three ninth ring sages, they're all your guards? Even his voice changed. Lei Xingfeng said sincerely, Yes, they're my guards, and also my friends and elders, they're very good to me. Shi Quan was about to cry. Was there such a strange thing? What kind of person was this, to have such an imposing manner? To have three ninth ring sages as guards. At this time, he also realized that Lei Xingfeng's background had changed. Back then, even Old Man Thunderstorm didn't give him such a big shock. Thinking back to when he protected Lei Xingfeng, he felt much better. He secretly rejoiced that back then when he was fighting with Ensure Zi, he did his best to protect Lei Xingfeng. Now it seemed that he was very wise. At least he could see that Lei Xingfeng was very respectful towards him, and didn't put on airs just because he was a seventh ring sage. Thinking about this, his face showed joy. Hong Chun and Yen were originally more at ease, but after Jean Dia and the others introduced themselves, the two were completely shocked, speechless. Shi Quan politely invited everyone to take a seat, he said. A Feng, long time no see, where have you and Senior Lei been all these years? Lei Xingfeng laughed bitterly. Hearing this, he knew that Shi Quan hadn't seen Ah Yi. He said, I was separated from little sister Ah Yi. This time I came back to see if Ah Yi came to find you. Shi Quan was shocked. What? Separated? Lei Xingfeng nodded. Yes, we've been separated for a long time, I've been looking for them. Shi Quan said, They didn't come, Senior Lei didn't come. When they retreated from the ancient Hidden Luan to Stellar Night Fortress, Shi Quan, Hong Chun and Yen were the first to leave. Jean De Pang also left at that time. They couldn't use the Luan spot or the ancient Luan passage, and had to walk back. They didn't know what happened after that, and didn't know that Old Man Thunderstorm stole Dayton and tried to take revenge on Si Dano. Lei Xingfeng said, Uncle Tiger, leave a way to contact Ah Yi. If Ah Yi come, I'll have to trouble Great Elder to give it to Ah Yi. Shi Quan readily agreed. This kind of thing didn't take much time and effort. He had no reason to refuse, and he could also use this to get on good terms with Lei Xingfeng. He solemnly told his subordinates to remind him of this at any time. At the same time, he ordered them to go out and find Thunderstorm's whereabouts. Lei Xingfeng was very satisfied. Actually, when they were at Stellar Night Fortress and excavating the ancient Hidden Luan, they were already very familiar with each other, but after so many years, and Lei Xingfeng actually becoming a seventh ring sage, the distance between them widened. After Shi Quan gave the order, Lei Xingfeng felt much better. Yen couldn't help but ask, A Feng, how did you cultivate? Is there a trick to it? Lei Xingfeng laughed. My method doesn't suit you, he. He absorbed natural lightning during a thunderstorm, that's why he was able to advance so quickly. Of course this was something Yen couldn't learn. Yen showed an extremely disappointed expression. Lei Xingfeng couldn't bear it. He knew that Yen Yen trained very hard, but her talent was very normal. Unless she used Luen rings, she might be able to step into the true master realm, but in a small place like theirs, such a small power, it was impossible to get Luen rings. They might not even know that Luen rings could help with cultivation. Lei Xingfeng said, "Did you know that Luen rings can help you advance to true master?" As expected, not only Yen Yen didn't know, even Shi Quan and Hong Chen didn't know. Hong Chen asked curiously, "What Luen rings?" Lei Xingfeng sighed. This was the disadvantage of not knowing much. He said, "Luen rings, Luen Yin rings, and the most important Yin rings, they can all help people cultivate quickly. If you have enough Luen rings, Luen Yin rings, and Yin rings, advancing to 9th ring sage body is not impossible." Shi Quan, Hong Chen, and Yen Yen immediately became excited. 9th ring sage body, that's a top true master, Shi Quan asked. "Did you cultivate like this to reach 7th ring sage?" Jean Dia laughed and said, "How is that possible? What kind of talent does a Feng have? He doesn't need these at all, hee. The method he said is what we used. He doesn't need to do this to advance quickly. Right, using Luen rings, Luen Yin rings, and Yin rings also has its disadvantages." Shi Quan said, "What disadvantages?" Jean Dia said, "Using these support rings, once you advance to 9th ring, it's the end, you can't advance any further." Shi Quan was speechless after a while. He carefully said, "I've been stuck at 3rd ring for a long time. If I can reach 9th ring, and can't advance any further, this seems like I'll be very satisfied." Jean Dia said, That's true." Yen Yen said softly, But these Luen rings, Luen Yin rings, and Yin rings, what are they?" Lei Xingfeng took out a Luen ring, a Luen Yin ring, and a Yin ring and said, "This is it. Among high-level true masters, Yin rings can be used as money, to exchange for all kinds of resources." Jean Dia said, "Big powers, big sects, Luen rings are hard currency, anything can be exchanged. As for Luen Yin rings and Yin rings, they basically don't appear, those things are too precious, especially Yin rings, they are treasures to help 6th ring, 7th ring, and 8th ring sage cultivate, even 9th ring sage can use them to prolong life, hee. Now you should understand how precious these things are." Shi Quan, Hong Chen, and Yen Yen couldn't help but exclaim. Shi Quan sighed and said, "How can I get them?" Jean Dia said straightforwardly, "You can't get them, even big sects, if Yin rings appear, they will fight to the death." Shi Quan said, But how can a Feng have them?" Lei Xingfeng laughed, "I'm not from a big sect, hee. Jean Dia said, "Because a Feng has a powerful master." Shi Quan didn't understand. Powerful master? More powerful than you 9th ring sages? He still didn't know that above 9th ring sages, there were even more powerful masters. Jean Dia laughed and shook his head. "What are we? It's not even worth mentioning. Ah Feng's master is a big shot." This shock came again and again, making everyone a bit numb. Shi Quan was stunned again. He said, This, a big shot more powerful than 9th ring, this, how is this possible?" Chapter 197. Lei Xingfeng explained, "Above the 9th ring there are monarchs, but monarchs are very rare. If a 9th ring wants to become a monarch, these supporting methods can't be used. Those who rely on Yin rings to become monarchs have almost no chance of becoming monarch." Shi Quan said, "Monarch? Sai, I can't even reach 4th ring. If I can reach 9th ring, whether or not I can become a monarch is really not important." Hong Chen also kept nodding. If they were stuck at the low-level true master stage for the rest of their lives, monarchs or not, it really had nothing to do with them. Lei Xingfeng took out 10 Luen rings and gave them to Yen, saying, "These Luen rings are enough for you to become a true master." Yen was overjoyed. Lei Xingfeng reminded him, however, "You have to think carefully. Once you use Luen rings and become a true master, if you want to advance again, you have to use Luen seals. If you rely on your own strength, it will be very difficult to advance." Shi Quan said, "After using Luen rings, Luen Yin rings and Yin rings, you have to continue using them to advance?" Lei Xingfeng said, Yes, if you have enough Luan rings, Luan Een rings and Een rings, you can use them to advance quickly until you reach 9th ring, and the speed of advancement is very fast. Shi Quan said, but where do we go to find Luan rings, Luan Een rings and Een rings? Jean Dia said, very simple, enter a hidden sect. Hidden sects all use these to cultivate their strength. Hong Chen said, are you guys from a hidden sect? Actually, this was the first time he had heard of a hidden sect. Mad Eagle nodded, saying, that's right, there are actually many hidden sects, but they rarely appear. Even if they do, you wouldn't know they are from a hidden sect, Jean Dia said, you guys have a good relationship with a Feng, why don't you join us? Lei Xingfeng glanced at him and didn't say anything. He was indeed recruiting subordinate. If Shi Quan and the others joined, he wouldn't have any objections. After all, acquaintances were better than strangers. Shi Quan and Hong Chen were shocked again. They were actually recruiting them? They did not know what to say. After all, this was their foundation. Once they left, this place would be completely wasted. After a while, Hong Chen suddenly made up his mind and said, I can join. Yan Yan's face was obviously filled with joy. She didn't care if she stayed in Hong Tong City or not. If she could advance quickly, even if she joined Lei Xingfeng's forces, she wouldn't object at all. She just wanted to see how her master would handle it. Hearing that her master was willing to join, she was so happy that she almost jumped up. Jean Dia quietly glanced at Lei Xingfeng. Seeing him nod slightly, Jean Dia immediately felt relieved and said, welcome to the team. Since you've joined, you'll have to come with us. Hong Chen said straightforwardly, no problem. Of course, he had no problem with that. If a true ring body with 2 true ring joined the hidden sect, it meant that he had a chance of advancing to true ring body. Shi Quan quickly made up his mind and said, I'll join too. The temptation was too great. Even he couldn't resist it. This kind of opportunity was too hard to come by. If he missed it, he would probably regret it to death. Lei Xingfeng also didn't think that after coming back, he would actually take in 2 subordinate. However, Jean Dia and the other 2 were guards. It was necessary to recruit people and cultivate their own trusted subordinate. Jean Dia nodded, no problem. You can handle it and come back with us. However, we'll send you back in the future. We'll give you all kinds of resources so that after you advance to 6th ring, you'll have a lot of missions. Shi Quan became excited. Because from Jean Dia's words, advancing to 6th ring was as easy as eating. He immediately felt that his future was bright. Lei Xingfeng immediately gave out Luan and Luan Een rings. As for Een rings, he didn't give them. They were still low-level true masters and didn't need Een rings. To use Een rings, one had to at least reach 5th ring body. After resting in Hong Tong City for 2 days, Lei Xingfeng brought Shi Quan, Hong Chen and Yan Yan on their journey. Ever since Jean Depan left Stellar Night Fortress, he didn't return to the Shirong army. He relied on various treasures from the ancient hidden Luan to successfully advance to 1st ring true master. This fatty was smart. When he followed Thunderstorm and Lei Xingfeng, he obtained many good things. This fatty wasn't just good at eating, he also knew how to read people's expressions. With Jean Dia leading the way, Lei Xingfeng and the others easily found Jean Depan. Jean Depan had long since left Shirong land. He came to Wanxi Continent and lived in seclusion in a small fishing village. Wanxi Continent was very close to Lei Xingfeng's sect, so Lei Xingfeng and the others returned to Wanxi Continent. Seeing Jean Depan, Lei Xingfeng was also quite surprised. This guy was even fatter, like a small mountain of meat. When they saw him, he was sitting on a boat cooking food. Seeing Jean Dia, he was very surprised. Of course he knew that Jean Dia was the Jean family's ancestor. When he saw Lei Xingfeng, he was even more shocked, but then jumped up in joy. Back then, Jean Depan felt that he and Lei Xingfeng had a good rapport, and the 2 could talk well. He really treated Lei Xingfeng as a friend and eating buddy, especially since Lei Xingfeng had his own unique views on eating. Of course, this was knowledge from his previous life. Seeing Jean Dupin, Jean Dia frowned. He said, "Dupin, can't you eat less? If you keep getting fatter, how will you fight?" Jean Dupin had a helpless expression. He said, "Ancestor, can I not fight? I just like to eat." Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but laugh. He said, "Uncle Jean, don't worry about Dupin. If you don't want him to eat, you might as well kill him." Jean Dupin nodded fervently. "You should know that my appetite has at least doubled after reaching the first true ring stage." "Double? I can eat a lot more." Jean Dia was so angry that he leaned back. He raised his hand and slapped him. "That's all you've got? F***ck. I even went to find a Feng to take you away." Feng Ying's nose twitched. "What's that? Why is it so fragrant?" Jean Dupin said proudly, "Grilled fish steak, grilled prawns, hee. The food here is completely different from the food in Shirong Land. I've been here for a long time, hee, and finally found a few ways to eat. Everyone, come and try." Seeing Lei Xingfeng, Shi Quan, Hong Chen, and Yen again, Jean Dupin was very happy. He didn't even care about Lei Xingfeng's level. He only cared about his friends, so he could cook a lot of food. Eating was like that. When friends came, eating and drinking together was much more fun than eating and drinking alone, so Jean Dupin was very happy. Wanxi Continent's fishing industry was very developed, and all kinds of fish were endless. When Jean Dupin arrived at Wanxi Continent, other than training, his fun was sitting on the boat and wandering outside. He could catch prawns, turtles, and crabs at any time. These were all his meals. Adding to his high strength, he could catch ferocious fish that the fishermen didn't dare to catch. Jean Dupin laughed. Come, try my grilled fish steak, grilled fish fillet, and grilled prawns. Today's a barbecue feast, haha." When it came to food, he immediately became radiant. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Jean Dia helplessly shook his head. He wasn't against Jean Dupin eating, but he was against Jean Dupin putting most of his attention on eating. He felt that it would affect his training. He said, "Forget it, if we don't let him eat, we might as well kill him." Jean Dupin smiled a little awkwardly, and politely invited everyone to sit down. He cut the fish and made the fish steak on the spot, and then let the hired fisherman catch the prawns. This guy was so excited that his face was full of smiles. After Lei Xingfeng sat down, he began to look at the boat. It was a specially made boat. The bow of the boat was very wide, and there was a special stove, as well as a short table. There was even a straw mat on the deck. Jean Dupin practically moved the entire kitchen to the bow of the boat, and there were many dried fish and prawns hanging on the side. "This is a standard foodie. There's food everywhere." Jean Dupin said, "I also have some wine that I brewed myself. This place is rich in rice, and it's very good to use it to brew wine. I bought this recipe at a high price." When it came to eating and drinking, this guy would definitely talk non-stop. Normally, he wouldn't talk so much. The palm-sized fish steak was delicious and tender after being roasted. The most praiseworthy part was the sauce that Jean Dupin made. After the fish steak was roasted and dipped in the special sauce, it tasted very good. Lei Xingfeng took a bite and immediately fell in love with it. He had never eaten such a delicious fish steak even in his previous life. He couldn't help but praise, "Good." Jean Dia also praised. He admired Jean Dupin's cooking skills very much, and that was why he specially recommended him to Lei Xingfeng. However, he didn't expect that the two of them already knew each other. This was the first time that Mad Eagle and Tiger Love had eaten Jean Dupin's cooking, and they immediately fell in love with it. The two of them couldn't stop praising it. This kind of wonderful taste made the two of them want to swallow their tongues. It was too damn delicious. Like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds, these practitioners all had big appetite. Even Yen ate more than normal people. On top of a large charcoal brazier, there was a net made of steel wire. On top of the net were fish steaks and prawns. Jean Dupin skillfully flipped them, brushing oil and seasoning from time to time. Once a piece was roasted, he would place it on a plate. Everyone else stared at the plate. Once a piece of fish was placed on the plate, a few pairs of chopsticks would reach over. Anyway, whoever was modest didn't eat. At first, Shi Quan, Hong Chun, and Yen were modest, but they found that something was wrong. Lei Xingfeng, Jean Dia, Mad Eagle, and Tiger Love were like the reincarnation of hungry ghosts. Their chopsticks moved very quickly, and Lei Xingfeng didn't even wait for Jean Depan to place the fish on the plate before snatching it halfway. Thus, Shi Quan and the others were no longer modest, and fought over the fish steaks and prawns together. Luckily, Jean Depan's roasting speed was very fast, barely keeping up with everyone's eating speed. However, he didn't have time to eat a single bite. Jean Depan said, "Right, a phone, you guys didn't come here to eat, right?" Chapter 198. Jean Dia said, "It was my decision to come here. A Feng is the little master, and I'm a Feng's guard captain. I want to bring you into the hidden sect, what do you think?" Lei Xingfeng smiled at Jean Depang. Before he could say anything, Mad Eagle said, "Hey, I welcome you. Haha, I'm a Feng's guard too. My name is Mad Eagle. You can call me Uncle Ing. Your Uncle Ing is a 9th ring sage." Tiger Love also said, just call me Uncle Tiger. I'm Tiger Love, a 9th ring sage. Oh right, you're welcome to join us too. Haha, little fatty's cooking is really good. I like it. No wonder it was said that to please a person, one must first please his stomach, then it would be considered a success. As Xianfeng's two most important guards, they welcomed him, which meant that once Jean Depan joined, his position would be rather high. Even if he was only a true master with one true ring body, there wouldn't be any problems. Jean Depang was much calmer than Shi Quan and the others. Perhaps because he already knew Jean Dia was a 9th ring sage, as his companion, he wouldn't be too bad. He said, "I'll join." Lei Xingfeng said, "You're not going to think about it?" Jean Depang flipped the fish steak and said, "There's nothing to think about. Ancestor already told me about the hidden sect. I just didn't expect him to join. And I also didn't expect a Feng to be a member of the hidden sect." Lei Xingfeng said, "When we met, I hadn't joined the hidden sect yet." Jean Depang said, "Oh right, where's your old man and little sister?" He was also one of the people who left early. He didn't get into a fight, so he didn't know someone was chasing after them. Lei Xingfeng smiled bitterly and said, "We got separated. I'm still looking for them." He gave a simple account of what happened. Even Jean Dia, Mad Eagle, and Tiger Love heard about it for the first time. Mad Eagle thought for a moment and said, "Stano? I'm guessing that he's also someone from a secret sect. It's impossible for a large sect to gather so many enlightened masters. Perhaps his status is similar to yours. Perhaps he's the disciple of a true lord." Tiger Love agreed, "Yes, to be able to lead so many enlightened masters, I also think that he must be the disciple of some true monarch." Jean Dia said, "Haha, so domineering. What a pity, an ancient Luan treasure. If there was such an ancient Luan treasure right now, I would also bring people to clear the area, haha." Lei Xingfeng said, Yi was very wise. I took a lot and ran away. Back then, there was a friend of Ye's who was caught because he was too greedy. Even if he didn't die, he would be half dead. Jean Dia said, Yi should be fine. Haha, an 8th ring sage against a 9th ring sage. As long as he doesn't go all out, escaping shouldn't be a problem. Xianfeng spoke, "My grandpa didn't use any support methods. He relied on his own strength to reach the 8th ring." Jean Dia, Mad Eagle, and Tiger Love all showed a trace of surprise. To reach 8th ring with his own talent, one could tell that this was an amazing guy. This kind of person had the qualifications to reach the true monarch realm. Mad Eagle said, "That Stano will be troublesome in the future. If your Yi becomes a true monarch, haha, this will be fun." Lei Xingfeng said, "I hope so. He knew how difficult it was to become a true monarch, especially since Elder Thunderstorm was heavily injured. He didn't know if he would have a chance to become a true monarch. Jean Dupang cleaned the wire netting quickly and said, "Okay, let's eat something else. This thing is too tiring." He barbecued until he lost his confidence. These guys could eat too much. Mad Eagle said, "Ah, we're only half full. Barbecue some more." "Haha, this little guy's cooking is too good." Tiger Love also said, Yeah, make more. I've never eaten such delicious barbecue in my life." Jean Dupang smiled and said, "It won't be as good if we keep eating barbecue. I'll make a big pot of lake seafood. Let's have a taste." "Haha, I believe it won't be worse than barbecue." Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "Okay, let's eat lake seafood." Jean Dupang's cooking was indeed extraordinary. Soon, he made 2 big pots of lake seafood. One was a fish pot and the other was a shrimp pot. The fish pot was actually a stew in disguise, but it was made of fish and shellfish with all kinds of seasonings. The shrimp pot was more special. It was dry-roasted big shrimps, which sizzled and smelled really good. This meal convinced everyone, and everyone agreed to let Jean Dupang join. With such a person around, they could still enjoy good food on the way. No matter how you looked at it, it was a wonderful thing. Naturally, Jean Dupang became the most important member of the group. After resting for 2 days, Jean Dupang took care of some things. He sold the big ship and bought a lot of ingredients. Most of them were dried fish and shrimps from the lake. He also bought a lot of lotus seeds and water chestnut. The rice here was very good, especially for brewing wine. Therefore, he bought a lot of food. 2 days later, Lei Xingfeng led the team back. The group quickly entered the secret treasury space. Ishanel was Lei Xingfeng's housekeeper. The group arrived at Lei Xingfeng's residence. As they were direct subordinates of Lei Xingfeng, they were assigned rooms in Lei Xingfeng's residence. Ishanel was in charge of the allocation of living and resources. No matter if it was Qi Xian, Hong Chun, Yen, or Jean Dupang, after arriving at Lei Xingfeng's residence, they were immediately shocked to the point of feeling inferior. They found that even the attendants in the courtyard were at least 3rd or 4th ring. As for the cultivators with guards, it was impossible for them to be below 5th or 6th ring. It was really a bit scary. Lei Xingfeng ordered. The 4 of them were given enough Luan and Luanine rings to continuously advance. According to Jean Dupang, if they didn't advance to 6th ring, they shouldn't go out. With Luan and Luanine rings, when they reached 5th ring, they could use Yin rings to break through to 6th ring. It wasn't a difficult thing, especially with their talent, which could be nurtured with Luan and Luanine rings. Lei Xingfeng returned to his room and began to cultivate. On the way back, he found that his Lei Yin was restless. After a simple inspection, he found that it was the Lei Yin left behind by Elder Thunderstorm. It didn't seem to have been completely digested. There was still something left in his Lei Yin, so he was in a hurry to solve it. Sitting in the room, his body slowly floated up. Countless arcs of electricity jumped around his body. His mind sank into the 9 orifices of Lei Yin. After a few rounds, Lei Xingfeng was shocked to find that there was a ball of lightning entrenched in the 9 orifices. Suddenly, he realized that it was Diangong lightning serum. It was a small ball of Diangong lightning serum obtained from the ancient hidden Luan. Because his strength was low, he didn't treat it at all. It was directly absorbed by Elder Thunderstorm's Lei Yin, so he completely forgot about it. Back then, the old man Lei Bao had said that this Diangong lightning serum was an extremely rare good item, but he wasn't clear about it and didn't understand it. Even if he understood it, he wouldn't be able to use it. Back then, he was only a Milun master, not even a Daoist, if he could use such a high-grade item. After thinking for a moment, Lei Xingfeng temporarily ignored the ball of Diangong lightning serum. This was because he found that his 9 orifices of Lei Yin was slowly absorbing the Diangong lightning serum. Since he didn't know how to use it, strengthening Lei Yin was the best way. Lei Xingfeng needed to explore and use many thunder-type materials himself. Fortunately, the 9 orifices of Lei Yin this time was very strange. It could absorb all kinds of thunder-type materials to strengthen itself. Therefore, he could rest assured that Lei Yin could slowly absorb the Diangong lightning serum, even if he didn't know how to use it. He tried to let the Lei Xingfeng get closer to Lei Yin. Soon, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the two began to communicate with each other, exchanging Lei Yin force. This kind of cultivation allowed Lei Xingfeng's Lei Yin force to quickly purify. Although the growth wasn't fast, the foundation was very solid. A few days later, Lei Xingfeng walked out of his room. Jean Dia, Mad Eagle, and Tiger Love were all sitting in the living room chatting. Lei Xingfeng came out and asked, "Fatty and the others are still cultivating?" Jean Dia laughed, "Haha, those little guys were stimulated. They're all crazily cultivating in their rooms. That little girl has already become a sage with 1 ring. Her speed isn't bad." Mad Eagle said, "Shi Quan is also about to advance. He used 1 Luanine ring a day. Haha, he's really working hard." Xian Feng sighed inwardly. If one wanted to advance naturally in the outside world, it would be extremely difficult, but in the secret sect, advancing was extremely easy, with so many resources to use. Unless one's aptitude was so bad that it made one despair, one would at least be able to advance to the 3rd or 4th true ring body, and even if one's aptitude was bad, advancing to the 1st true ring body was still possible. Tiger Love said, "I don't dare say that they can reach 9 rings, but reaching 6 rings shouldn't be a problem. It mainly depends on whether or not a Feng has enough resources to help them." Jean Dia said, "Would a Feng lack resources?" "Haha, from what I know, a Feng earned a lot from the trip to Hanya Castle." No one could deny this. Just the minerals and materials the 4 of them had collected were enough to trade for a large number of Yin rings. After all, the 3 of them were at the level of guard captain. They already had enough Yin rings to prolong their lives, which made them very loyal. Lei Xingfeng said, "Did anything happen in the next few days?" Mad Eagle said, "Yes, 3rd Elder wants you to go." Lei Xingfeng asked, "What's the matter?" He was very close to Xian Zhaoluan. He didn't have much contact with the other apprentice brothers. The only thing he knew were a few apprentice sisters. Mad Eagle said, "The elder is back." Lei Xingfeng paused and said, "What elder?" Tiger Love laughed and said, "Your eldest apprentice brother. We usually call him elder, haha." Lei Xingfeng said, "Okay, let's go. I haven't seen my eldest apprentice brother yet." He knew that his eldest apprentice brother was called Feng Qinzong. He was very strong. Although he wasn't a monarch, he was the strongest of the 9 apprentice brothers and apprentice sisters. Jean Dia said, "I'll stay at home. I won't go." Lei Xingfeng nodded and led Mad Eagle and Tiger Love to Xian Zhaoluan's residence. The 2 residences were very close, so it didn't take long to get there. Chapter 199. When Lei Xingfeng saw Feng Qinzong for the first time, he was a little surprised. He could see that Feng Qinzong's face was already that of a young man, but his white hair hadn't changed. Even his eyebrows and beard were as white as snow. His eyes were sharp to the extreme, as dark as the abyss. "Is this 9th junior brother?" Feng Qinzong smiled and stood up to greet him. Xian Zhaoluan also came up to greet him. "A Feng, come greet eldest senior brother." "Hello, eldest senior brother," Lei Xingfeng said. "I am Lei Xingfeng." Good, a Feng. I'll call you a Feng. You don't have any objections, do you?" "Haha," Feng Qinzong said. "No objections," Lei Xingfeng said. "Just call me a Feng. It sounds more intimate." No matter what, Feng Qinzong was the eldest senior brother of this hidden sect. In the sect, his status was only slightly lower than the master and master's wife. He had a lot of prestige in the sect. Just by looking at Xian Zhaoluan's attitude, it was clear that Xian Zhaoluan respected Feng Qinzong a lot. Feng Qinzong said casually, Okay, a phone, come sit. Lei Xingfeng sat. Mad Eagle and Tiger Love bowed. The two retreated outside. There was no danger here. When the three brothers talked, the guards didn't need to listen. The three sat down. Feng Qinzong said, "Are you used to living here?" As the eldest senior brother, he had to act like he cared. He knew that the master and founder doted on this disciple. He couldn't put on the airs of a eldest senior brother. Lei Xingfeng smiled. "It's good here. I'm used to it." Feng Qinzong smiled and nodded. Lei Xingfeng pondered. He felt that the eldest senior brother didn't just want to get to know him. There must be something else. Sure enough, after some small talk, Feng Qinzong smiled and asked, Feng, have you seen this before?" He took out a stone egg about the size of a chicken egg and handed it to Lei Xingfeng. The stone egg was oval-shaped, very similar to a chicken egg, but the color was different. It was a light green stone. Lei Xingfeng took it. The stone egg suddenly split in half. Lei Xingfeng said, "Qinzong." Feng Qinzong said, "That's right, it's cracked. Something in the middle has been taken away." "This thing, it?" Feng Qinzong. "No. It's naturally formed. There used to be a crystal inside, a hexagonal cylindrical crystal. It's been taken away." Lei Xingfeng looked at it. The crystal was about the length of a finger bone and as thick as a date pit. He didn't know what kind of crystal it was. "What is this?" he asked. Feng Qinzong said, "Dijuan liquid crystal, a rare treasure." Xian Feng had never heard of such a thing before. He spoke, "Purigen liquid crystal? What's that?" Xian Zhaoluan. Sky crystal, saint crystal. There are many names, but the real name is Dijuan liquid crystal. Lei Xingfeng played with the stone egg. What's the use of it? He already understood. The eldest senior brother probably wanted him to help find this Dijuan liquid crystal. Feng Qinzong said, "This thing is too rare. It's almost impossible to find. This time, it's different. Someone found this thing. Haha, as for the use of Dijuan liquid crystal, do you know? Third junior brother and I have both reached the peak of 9th ring and can't continue to advance. In fact, it's not that we can't advance, but that we don't dare to take the risk. The chance of advancing is too small. We need to increase the chance, so this thing is very important." Lei Xingfeng was shocked. "What? Sky crystal can increase the chance of advancing?" Xian Zhaoluan said, "That's right. It can increase the chance by 40%. In other words, if we originally had a 20% to 30% chance of advancing, then with a 40% increase, we have a 60% chance of advancing. This will greatly increase our chances of advancing." Lei Xingfeng said, "Holy shit, there's such a good thing." He was immediately tempted. No matter what, he had to get one for himself. Xian Zhaoluan nodded. "Yes, there is such a treasure. This thing is priceless in the world, and it can't be found." Lei Xingfeng put the stone egg on the table. "Where did you get this stone egg?" Feng Qinzong thought that Lei Xingfeng was smart. He immediately asked the key question. "An old friend of mine found it. He used it to advance to Monarch. He also told me where he found this stone egg." Lei Xingfeng said, "Did you go?" Feng Qinzong nodded. "I stayed there on and off for 17 years. I had to come back disappointed." Lei Xingfeng asked curiously, "You dug for 17 years?" Feng Qinzong said, "Not digging, but picking. I didn't pick up a single one. Haha, the time I spent picking up was about 17 years, until I lost all hope." A trace of bitterness appeared on his face. Lei Xingfeng said, "Are there many people who know about that place?" Feng Qinzong smiled bitterly. "The news has spread recently. Many people are preparing to go, so I had to come back to ask for help." Lei Xingfeng was secretly shocked. At the same time, he had some complaints about Feng Qinzong. "You've been there for 17 years and didn't tell anyone at all. You only came back when you were in despair. Isn't that too selfish?" But after thinking about it, he understood. With Feng Qinzong's identity as the eldest disciple, it's natural for him to want to be the first to advance to monarch. Xian Zhaoluan said, if a large number of people go, it'll be even harder to find. Feng Qinzong smiled bitterly. It's because I don't have the ability. I originally thought that if I spent a few more years to find more sky crystals, maybe we could all advance. Unfortunately, I'm useless. After searching for so long, I still haven't found a single one. My luck is too bad. Xian Zhaoluan said, compared to a Feng's luck, this is far worse. Feng Qinzong said, isn't that so? I heard you say that we can get so many ores and treasures from Hanya Castle. I was wondering if I could ask a Feng to help me. Maybe I could borrow some luck. Xian Feng almost laughed out loud. What kind of luck was this? An excuse turned into a huge reason. However, he was very proud of himself. If it wasn't for this, why would Feng Qinzong come looking for him? Without Feng Qinzong, Lei Xingfeng wouldn't even know what a sky crystal was, let alone find Dijuan liquid crystal. Taking this opportunity to get a few pieces of sky crystal for fun wasn't a bad idea. In fact, he really wanted to get his hands on a sky crystal. What a joke, this thing was absolutely heaven-defying. After Feng Qinzong finished speaking, he stared at Lei Xingfeng, afraid that he would refuse. Lei Xingfeng laughed. No problem. I'll lend you as much luck as you want. Haha. He joked. Feng Qinzong laughed. Then it's settled. This time you will come with me to find sky crystals. Lei Xingfeng said straightforwardly, no problem. I'll go with you. Feng Qinzong was very satisfied. His impression of Lei Xingfeng was very good. Xian Zhaoluan laughed. Senior brother, you don't mind me going with you, right? Feng Qinzong said generously, why would I object? Of course you have to go. Haha, this time I'll bring more people. That place is too big. We can't have too few people. Lei Xingfeng said, I'll bring 3 people. Is that okay? Feng Qinzong agreed. Sure. Are you planning on bringing 3 guards? Lei Xingfeng giggled. I'm a coward. I need someone to protect me. Otherwise I'll be scared. Feng Qinzong suddenly laughed. You're a 7th ring sage, and you have a strong lightning attribute. Haha, even a normal 9th ring sage might not be able to hurt you. What are you afraid of? Lei Xingfeng smiled but didn't say anything. Feng Qinzong said, don't worry. As long as I'm here, I can definitely protect you. Of course, if you want to bring 3 guards, that's not a problem. Xian Zhaoluan said, yes, I want to bring a few people too. Maybe there'll be more chances. Feng Qinzong didn't object. He was afraid that there wouldn't be enough, and he wasn't afraid that someone else would get it. For example, even if Lei Xingfeng's guards got it, he still had a chance to get it. It was better than nothing. This was something he realized when he was looking for sky crystals. Lei Xingfeng said, where do we go to dig? No, pick it up. Haha, where can we find sky crystals? Feng Qinzong said, it's not in this world. We need to go through Master's secret door. Lei Xingfeng's spirit was suddenly lifted. He liked the outside world. The last time he went to Hanya Castle, he almost froze to death, but he was very happy with the harvest. He even made a few friends, especially Song Yao, who was a monarch. Lei Xingfeng also knew that as he ascended to 9th ring, he would need a lot of connections and friends. At that time, he would also constantly enter the outside world to find things he needed. That world, is there anything special about it? Feng Qinzong said, it's very special. There are no natives there, only outsiders. It's a battlefield. Lei Xingfeng was surprised. What? A battlefield? Feng Qinzong said, yes, it's a battlefield. People call it the Great Stone Field. Xian Zhaoluan was also a bit surprised. He had obviously heard of this place before. He said, this Great Stone Field, is it the infamous slaughter field? Feng Qinzong nodded. Yes, it requires a strong self-control. That place is very strange. You can't help but want to kill. Lei Xingfeng suddenly became nervous. He said, "Will they kill each other? If they will, I won't dare to bring people." He couldn't accept killing his own people no matter what. He would rather not go than do it. Feng Qinzong laughed. "Don't be so nervous. Although there are dangers, it's not as serious as you think." Chapter 200. Lei Xingfeng said, "The Great Stone Fields, slaughter field, sounds very chaotic. Are there a lot of outsiders there?" Feng Qinzong said, "There aren't that many outsiders, but if the news gets out that there are sky crystals there will definitely be a lot of people. There will probably be a lot of monarchs there too." Xian Zhaoluan said, "If monarchs go, we won't be able to survive." Feng Qinzong said, "It's fine. If monarchs go, their strength will be suppressed and they won't be able to act recklessly. Don't worry, there are a lot fewer monarchs than sages, so it's very difficult to meet them. But we have to pay attention to those 8th and 9th ring sages. They are the main force going in." Lei Xingfeng said, "Then, will they kill each other?" He was very concerned about this. He was afraid that if he brought people there, they would end up killing each other. That would be too scary. Xian Zhaoluan said, "That's not the concept. People on the same side won't kill each other." How do I explain it to you?" He thought for a moment and said, "Let's put it this way. If you have a bad feeling about someone, then in the Great Stone Fields, that bad feeling will be magnified until you can't control yourself and start killing. If the two parties don't have any bad feelings, then there won't be any killing." Lei Xingfeng immediately understood. He said, "So that's how it is. If I have killing intent towards someone, I can control it elsewhere. But in the Great Stone Fields, that killing intent will be magnified, and in the end, it will cause me to attack directly." "Is that what you mean?" Feng Qinzong clapped and said, "That's right. That's it." Lei Xingfeng said, "Then it will also cause people to kill each other. If a few people in a group have conflicts, won't that conflict be magnified and then lead to conflict? In the end, it will become a situation where people kill each other." Feng Qinzong smiled. "That's right. This is also a hidden danger. If you're not confident, don't bring someone with a conflict." Lei Xingfeng suddenly understood why Feng Qinzong only invited Xian Zhaoluan to go with him. He was a new junior brother and had no contact with Feng Qinzong, so there was no conflict. Xian Zhaoluan must have a good relationship with Feng Qinzong to be invited. In other words, Feng Qinzong had confidence in his two juniors. Lei Xingfeng said, "All right, I'll bring the 3 of them, He had a thought in his mind. If the 3 of them had any bad opinions or ideas about him, he would be able to discover them under such a perverted situation. Feng Qinzong said, "Get ready and we'll go. Right, prepare more food and water. That place is very barren and there are very few sources of food." Lei Xingfeng smiled bitterly. The last time he went to Hanya Castle, it was also a place where food was scarce. This time, he even had to prepare his own water. He nodded. "All right, I'll go back and prepare. We'll come back tomorrow." One day was enough for him to prepare. Lei Xingfeng said goodbye and brought Mad Eagle and Tiger Love back home. When they returned to the living room, Jean Dia greeted them. Feng, did something good happen?" Lei Xingfeng smiled. "Yes." Jean Dia immediately smiled. "What good thing? Do you have a share for me?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Yes." Mad Eagle and Tiger Love also asked, "What about us? Do you have a share for us?" Lei Xingfeng still said straightforwardly, "Yes." After a while, the 3 of them reacted. Mad Eagle said, "Feng, what's the good news?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Good news." Jean Dia smiled. "All right, Feng, stop teasing us. Tell us, what's the good news?" Lei Xingfeng smiled. "We're going to the outer world." The reason Jean Dia joined Lei Xingfeng's hidden sect was because he had the opportunity to go to the outer world. If he wanted to go by himself, he would have to pay a high price. There were many benefits to going to the outer world, mainly to obtain various resources and materials. These resources and materials were mostly needed by monarch. The resources a monarch consumed were frightening, so he needed a large number of helpers to search for them. If a ninth ring sage didn't have the help of a monarch, he could only move around in one world. It was impossible for him to obtain rings to extend his life. Even if he did get a few rings, it wouldn't help him. He wouldn't be able to live for long. A ninth ring sage's natural lifespan, if there were no accidents, was about 900 to 1,000 years old. When that time came, they would die naturally. Moreover, a ninth ring sage's strength would slowly decline at 600 years old. By the time they died, they might not even be able to defeat a sixth ring sage. In order to maintain their peak condition, they needed rings. If they wanted to extend their life, they also needed rings. For a ninth ring sage, rings were a priceless treasure that could preserve their strength and extend their life. Fortunately, even though there weren't many rings, there were always monarchs who could condense them. Therefore, for the sake of rings, a ninth ring sage's final choice was to join a hidden sect with a monarch. Jean Dia was the same. He joined Lei Xingfeng's team of guards to obtain more rings. Haha, that's great. Can I go this time? Jean Dia asked expectantly. One had to know that bringing someone into the outer world came with a price. It wasn't something that could be done just because one wanted to. Lei Xingfeng smiled. All three of you will go, haha. However, we need to prepare food and water immediately. Everyone needs to stock up. The place we're going to this time is said to have even less food than Hanya Castle. Especially since there's a shortage of water, we need to prepare more water. Jean Dia asked, what kind of place is it? Why would there be a shortage of water? Lei Xingfeng didn't say the name of the great stone quarry because he knew that Feng Qinzong had blocked the guards outside because he didn't want to tell them. They would know when they arrived. Lei Xingfeng had always been quick to react, so he didn't mention the location. He said, I don't know either. It was eldest senior brother who ordered us to prepare it. Jean Dia nodded. I'll go find Steward AI and have him prepare the food, Mad Eagle asked. Should we bring Fatty? Tiger Love said, yeah. Why don't we bring Fatty? With him around, we'll be able to eat better. Haha. Lei Xingfeng hesitated. He's already on the verge of breaking through. If he works hard, he'll be able to break through in a few months. Bringing him out will only affect him. Actually, he also wanted to bring Fatty along. Jean Depeng's cooking was too good. After getting used to the food he cooked, eating something else would be a terrible feeling. Mad Eagle said, it's fine. With the help of the Luan rings, it won't affect his advancement. Lei Xingfeng smiled bitterly and said, Uncle Ing, actually, I also want to bring him along. But the place we're going to is very dangerous. He's not strong enough. If we bring him along for the sake of food and end up harming him, then the gains won't make up for the losses. Mad Eagle and Tiger Love immediately stopped talking. They didn't want to cause Jean Depeng's death for the sake of food. Mad Eagle said, all right. Let Fatty prepare the food for us. Motherf *Ker, even if Fatty prepares the food, it'll still be better than the food I cook. Lei Xingfeng laughed. Fatty is gifted. Haha, he's already eating. We're just basking in his glory. Ishanel followed Jean Dia into the room. He said, the food will be ready tonight. The water will be ready too. This was the steward's job, and he did it very well. Lei Xingfeng said, let Jean Depeng go. He'll help us organize the food. We all like to eat the food he makes. Ishanel agreed and went out. The next day, Lei Xingfeng brought Jean Dia, Mad Eagle, and Tiger Love to Xian Zhaoluan's residence. This time, Xian Zhaoluan brought 6 people. They were all 9th ring sages. Including Lei Xingfeng's group, there were 11 people in total. Not long after, Feng Qinzong came over. He was still alone. He said, I'm alone. I originally wanted to bring a few people, but after thinking about it, it's a bit too many. Just us. If we bring more people, Master won't be happy. Haha. The group arrived at Gucci's residence. Gucci said, Ah Zong, are you ready? Feng Qinzong nodded. I'll bring 3rd junior brother and 9th junior brother. Gucci nodded. Yes. A Feng knows how to mine. A Feng. I didn't expect your luck to be so good. When you come back, Master wants to exchange something with you. Lei Xingfeng smiled. Master, what kind of ore do you want? Gucci said, When you come back, I want a few things. It's fine. I won't let you lose out. Lei Xingfeng said, Master, as long as I have it, there's no problem. There's no need to exchange. Gucci smiled and patted him. Master won't take advantage of you. Don't worry. You have to be careful this time. When you go to the Great Stone Fields, you have to guard your mind. Don't let your imagination run wild. That place is a bit evil. Lei Xingfeng said, It's fine. We're ready. Gucci said, Ah Zong, don't stay there for too long. If you can't find it, come back. I heard the news has spread. Many monarchs have sent their disciples there. It will be very chaotic there. Plus, the Great Stone Fields are very evil. The possibility of conflict is high. Remember, once you attack, don't show mercy. You have to be careful. Feng Qinzong said, I know. Those who know about this will probably go crazy. This time we have to kill. As expected of the slaughter field. Gucci sighed. This thing is too important to you. Even I want to go and take a look, but I don't have time. Xian Zhaoluan said, Master, don't worry. With a Feng there, haha, I think our luck will be very good. He was a bit superstitious about Lei Xingfeng in Hanya Castle. Lei Xingfeng could find things that others couldn't. Lei Xingfeng could find 3 or 4 pieces of ore when others dug out one. It was simply incomprehensible luck. Gucci said, A Feng, if you're so lucky this time, haha, Master will take you to a good place next time. Immediately, Feng Qinzong and Xian Zhaoluan showed an extremely envious expression. There was a price to pay for using a secret door. The better the place, the higher the price. The most common place could be entered with a yin ring, but the better places required a lot of special materials. Therefore, even monarchs weren't willing to open a secret door carelessly. Chapter 201. Plus, the more people there were, the higher the cost. This was why the number of people was limited. This time there were 12 people. Gucci had to pay a sum of yin rings, but Feng Qinzong had to pay him back with materials. Some perfected lords were able to earn quite a lot of materials by using their secret doors. Song Yao was one such example. He was alone, but he was able to live quite comfortably. He could earn quite a lot by using his secret doors. Sometimes, he could even cooperate with large sects and enter some ordinary worlds to collect materials that he needed. Gucci led the group to the hidden door. There were a few types of hidden doors. The first type was the fixed hidden door. It used the special characteristics of the hidden door to save a lot of yin rings and materials. It was the best type of hidden door. The only downside was that it couldn't be carried around. If there was a fixed hidden door, there would be a subsidiary hidden door that could be used with the owner of the hidden door. There was another type of hidden door that could be stored inside the body. This type of hidden door had a lot of limitations. There were many places that couldn't be entered. Most people who had just reached Monarch would choose this type of hidden door. There was no other reason other than that it cost less materials and was easier to make. Also, it was convenient to carry around. Xian Zhaoluan prepared the materials to make this type of hidden door. Opening a hidden door wasn't hard, especially in an ordinary place like this. Gucci quickly opened the hidden door and said, Let's go quickly. Don't stay there for too long. Under Feng Qinzong's lead, the group quickly entered the hidden door. Entering various worlds through secret doors was the greatest reliance of cultivators. They relied on their valiant strength to run amok in various worlds. Of course, if there were more powerful races or beasts in that world, they would also suffer heavy losses. However, for the sake of resources, they still continued to enter various unfamiliar worlds. According to Lei Xingfeng's understanding, the so-called worlds here were different from the ones in his previous world. But he was too lazy to dwell on it. It was fine as long as he could enter and use these worlds. He wasn't a scientist. He didn't need to know the reason for everything. Stepping onto the ground of the great stone field, Lei Xingfeng said in surprise, "What the f***ck? No wonder." The ground was littered with stone eggs. The stone eggs that Feng Qinzong took out last time were everywhere, stretching as far as the eye could see. The ground was covered with stone eggs of all sizes. The largest was the size of a goose egg, while the smallest was the size of a quail egg. There were all kinds of colors. It was truly a colorful scene. After a long while, Lei Xingfeng pointed to the ground and said, "Senior brother, this." He didn't know what to say. Feng Qinzong bitterly smiled. "Do you understand now? That thing is in these stone eggs, but there are trillions of stone eggs here. Who knows which one has it?" Lei Xingfeng suddenly understood why Feng Qinzong hadn't found a single sky crystal after searching for 17 years. He also understood why eldest senior brother said to pick them up and not dig them up. Yes, they were all over the place, but was there anything more difficult than picking up a stone egg with a sky crystal? Xian Zhaoluan was also dumbfounded. He said, "How are we supposed to do this? Let alone in a short period of time, even if we stay here for 80 years, we might not succeed. This is purely based on luck." Feng Qinzong said, "Yeah, that's why I invited a Feng here. Since a Feng's luck is good, I won't be satisfied if I don't come." Lei Xingfeng said, These stone eggs. You have to crack open every single one? Otherwise, how do you know there's something inside?" Feng Qinzong said, "That's right. If you think there's something, then crack it open and see." He sighed in his heart. He had cracked open countless stone eggs here, but he didn't find a single sky crystal. The stone egg that he showed Lei Xingfeng was traded from somewhere else to study what kind of stone egg the sky crystal should be in, but it was still useless. Everyone was dumbfounded. No matter how many people came, they wouldn't be able to find a sky crystal. There were so many stone eggs. Finding one with a sky crystal inside was harder than finding a needle in a haystack. Everyone's expression was a bit ugly. Feng Qinzong could only comfort them. "Let's just try our luck. It's normal if we can't find one. Haha, don't feel pressured." Xian Zhaoluan reached out and picked up a stone egg. He said, "This stone seems to be a material too, right?" Feng Qinzong said, "This material? Haha, it's just ordinary jade. There's nothing special about it. It can only be used to carve some small ornaments. Those are things that ordinary people like. For us cultivators, it's useless." Then Feng Qinzong explained what they were looking for. When he said the words, "Dijuan liquid crystal," the guards were shocked. This was something from the legends. Even if these guards relied on Yin rings to reach 9th ring, and even if they didn't have a 10% chance of reaching Monarch, with a 40% chance, if they were lucky, they could reach Monarch. Then they would be rich. After Feng Qinzong's explanation, everyone knew what they were looking for. Immediately, their dejected mood was swept away and they were all excited. Feng Qinzong couldn't help but smile bitterly. When he first found out that there were sky crystals here, he was also excited. After so many years, he had become numb. He had been busy for so many years and hadn't found a single sky crystal. According to his estimation, the probability of finding a sky crystal was 1 in 10 million or even 1 in 100 million. This was a near hopeless estimation. The only reason he brought people here was because he hadn't completely given up. Feng Qinzong said, "There are a few characteristics that everyone should pay attention to. First, stone eggs that contain sky crystals should be heavier than other stone eggs. Second, stone eggs that contain sky crystals shouldn't be too big or too small. They should be about this big." He picked up a stone egg the size of a chicken egg and showed it to everyone. Also, stone eggs that contain sky crystals usually don't have bright colors. Most of them are greenish-gray, white-gray, or purple-gray. Everyone should pay attention when picking them up. Lastly, and most importantly, after the stone egg cracks, if there is a sky crystal, there will be fluctuations. At that time, you should pay attention to your defenses. Someone will come to steal it. Lei Xingfeng understood that this was Feng Qinzong's conclusion over the years. He must have gathered a lot of information, or else he wouldn't have said this. But in his heart, he didn't care at all. If this information was useful, at least eldest senior brother should be able to get a sky crystal. Since he didn't get a single one, this experience was useless. Although Jean Dia was a little excited, he understood that sky crystals weren't easy to find. Otherwise, it wouldn't be their turn to look for them. Feng Qinzong said, "Let's spread out and search separately. If you think that a stone egg you find might contain a sky crystal, then you can just pinch it open." "Haha, I hope someone has better luck." Everyone agreed. Then Feng Qinzong said seriously, "No matter who it is, the first sky crystal you find, you must give it to me. Of course, I won't take it for free. I will use all kinds of things to trade, but you are not allowed to keep it for yourself. If I find out that someone has done this, then they will be my enemy for life. Also, once the stone egg cracks, if there is a sky crystal inside, there is no way to hide it." Xian Zhaoluan said, "Did everyone hear that? If you find one, then take it out." Lei Xingfeng also said, "Eldest senior brother, don't worry. If we find one, we'll give it to you." He didn't want to offend Feng Qinzong here. Plus, he had confidence in himself. If he could find one sky crystal, he was confident that he could find 10. He believed that his eyes would be able to find a different stone egg. Feng Qinzong nodded in satisfaction. Lei Xingfeng's attitude made him even more satisfied. Lei Xingfeng stayed for a while and found that this place was very hot and dry. There were only stone eggs as far as the eye could see. There were no plants or animals. It was really desolate. After changing into a pair of thin clothes, Lei Xingfeng took out the frost pearl. Immediately, wisps of mist floated out from the frost pearl. Lei Xingfeng laughed. "The Zesh frost pearl is still useful, haha." Jean Dia, Mad Eagle, and Tiger Love all took out frost pearls and hung them around their neck. Immediately they felt refreshed. The most gratifying thing was that the frost pearl actually reduced the anxiety in their hearts to nothing. Lei Xingfeng immediately knew that the frost pearl could suppress the desire to kill. Xian Zhaoluan also took out a frost pearl and hung it around his neck. Feng Qinzong asked, "Did you get this from Hanya Castle?" Lei Xingfeng laughed, "Yeah. We hunted a lot of Zesh back then. Everyone got one. Hee, I feel much cooler after hanging it up. It's really hot here." Feng Qinzong nodded, "Not bad. Alright, everyone spread out and look. Let's see how lucky we are." Everyone spread out in a line and started looking for the sky crystals. At first, everyone was very confident. Other than Lei Xingfeng, everyone else was a ninth ring expert. They held the stone eggs in their hands and crushed them with a light pinch. After dozens of stone eggs were crushed, everyone felt dizzy. There was nothing at all. Other than rocks, more rocks. Where was the sky crystal? Lei Xingfeng was alone. On his left was Mad Eagle, who was about 100 meters away. On his right was Tiger Love and then Jean Dia. They were all about 100 meters away. Everyone had their heads down. From time to time, they would bend down to pick up a stone egg and crush it. Then they would continue searching. After walking for about a kilometer, everyone felt that their hopes were dwindling. After crushing a few stone eggs, Lei Xingfeng stopped picking them up. He just kept staring at the stone eggs, trying to find something different. He knew that his eyes were powerful. Once he found something different, it was very likely that a sky crystal would appear. He was much more confident than Feng Qinzong. Chapter 202. Because there were too many stone eggs, they were densely packed. Even if there was something special, it would be covered up. This gave Lei Xingfeng a headache. Lei Xingfeng walked for about a kilometer. Like the others, he was also dizzy. He couldn't help but secretly admire his senior brother. He had the patience to torment himself here for 17 years. Although it was intermittent, Lei Xingfeng felt that he couldn't stand it after walking for a kilometer. This place was simply not a place for people to live. Sitting down, Lei Xingfeng found that the stone eggs were boiling hot. If he wasn't a cultivator, his skin would probably be scalded off. However, his skin didn't care about these boiling hot stone eggs at all. Instead, he felt abnormally comfortable. Coupled with the cold bead on his chest, he even wanted to sleep. Under the temptation of the sky crystal, everyone except Lei Xingfeng was working hard to search. Lei Xingfeng rolled on the stone eggs. It felt very comfortable, as if someone was massaging him. Lei Xingfeng closed his eyes and moaned comfortably. Suddenly, he heard a sound beside his ear. He opened his eyes and saw Xian Zhaoluan's big face in front of him. He was so scared that he screamed, "Oh, senior brother, you scared me to death!" Xian Zhaoluan said with a face full of smiles, "A phone, did you find it?" Lei Xingfeng suddenly said with a bitter face, "Senior brother, look at the stone eggs all over the ground. Even if there is 1 in 10,000, we might be lucky enough to find 1 or 2. But if there is 1 in 10 million, there is basically no chance. I just walked such a short distance and my head is already dizzy and my eyes are blurred. Not to mention the sky crystal, even my eyes are going blind." Xian Zhaoluan couldn't help but smile bitterly. He said, "I didn't know it was like this. No wonder senior brother can't do anything." Lei Xingfeng said, "Yeah, if it's mining, there's still some confidence. But if it's picking up rocks, there's really no way." Feng Qinzong had been paying attention to Lei Xingfeng. When he saw Xian Zhaoluan fly over, he couldn't help but fly over. "How was it? Is there any hope?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Eldest senior brother, it's not that I want to discourage you, but it's really difficult to find a sky crystal in this ground full of stones." Feng Qinzong said, "No matter how hard it is, we still have to search. Let's continue." He flew back to his position and continued his search. Lei Xingfeng said, "Third senior brother, you should go too. I'll take my time looking. It's really a matter of luck." Xian Zhaoluan nodded. "Okay. Haha, a phone, actually. I'm already in despair." His voice suddenly lowered at the last sentence. Lei Xingfeng laughed and whispered, "Senior brother, I'm the same. I don't understand why there are so many stone eggs, and they're all about the same size. It's like they're all made by hand." Xian Zhaoluan glanced over and couldn't help but say, "Isn't that so? What a strange place. Forget it, this time we're helping eldest senior brother. Let's do our best." He lowered his voice and said, "In the sect, with eldest senior brother's help, a lot of things are easy to do, especially using the hidden door." Lei Xingfeng nodded. Xian Zhaoluan flew back to his position and continued his search for sky crystals. As they advanced, they searched for an entire day. Everyone crushed thousands upon thousands of stone eggs, but no one could find the heavenly crystal. Lei Xingfeng took out his water skin and drank a mouthful of water. Looking at the sky gradually darkening, he shouted, "Where do we rest tonight?" This place was very spacious, so his voice could travel very far. Feng Qinzong flew into the air and shouted, "Okay, that's it for today. Everyone, follow me." Everyone flew up and quickly gathered around Feng Qinzong. Feng Qinzong asked, "Did you find anything today?" Everyone shook their heads. Feng Qinzong sighed and said, "Follow me. There's a stone platform over there. We'll set up camp there." After flying for about half an hour, everyone saw a protruding, irregular stone platform. It was about 100 square meters and about a meter above the ground. Although it was uneven, it was still better than the stone eggs on the ground. This time, they didn't make a fire. Instead, they took some dry food and ate a little. Everyone sat down and began to cultivate. This was everyone's habit. Lei Xingfeng didn't cultivate. He was thinking about how to find a sky crystal. In fact, he wasn't desperate. He just couldn't find a way to identify the stone eggs. He firmly believed that with so many stone eggs, it was impossible to find a sky crystal. If he could find the secret, he might be able to get more than one sky crystal. This was the secret in his heart. If he could find the secret, he wouldn't mind giving Feng Qinzong and Xian Zhaoluan a sky crystal. Once he found the secret of the sky crystal in the stone eggs, Lei Xingfeng believed that with his ability, he could definitely find a few sky crystals. Lei Xingfeng pondered. Every time he found a mine, he would see a different light. Some were weak, some were strong. But every time he saw this kind of light, he would be able to find the ore smoothly. Sky crystal was also a type of ore. He didn't believe that there wouldn't be any light. What affected his observation was the light and the color of the stone eggs. Under the strong light, the stone eggs were colorful, so the light would be hidden. No matter how good Lei Xingfeng's eyesight was, he couldn't see it. All he could see was a colorful light. If he wanted to avoid being disturbed by this light, Lei Xingfeng would have to overcome this difficulty. Xian Feng looked at the starry sky and thought to himself, "Wu, I wonder if I'll be able to see any light at night. It's not too dark yet, with the light of the stars, perhaps I'll be able to see something different." He immediately stood up and walked out of the stone platform. Feng Qinzong was still paying attention to Lei Xingfeng. Seeing him walk out, he immediately went up and asked, Feng, what are you going to do?" Lei Xingfeng said, "I'm going to walk around outside. I don't want to give up. I want to see how my luck is." Feng Qinzong nodded, pleased. Go ahead." Of course, he was happy that someone couldn't even sleep to help him find sky crystals. This made his impression of Lei Xingfeng a little better. Lei Xingfeng flew for a while before landing. He didn't want to search near the stone platform. Squinting his eyes, he looked at the big stone field again. Suddenly, he saw a different scene. The ground wasn't dark. Under the starlight, the ground was greenish-gray. The stone eggs on the ground had lost their color. Lei Xingfeng walked, observing carefully. After walking for over 1,000 meters, suddenly, a silver light flashed at the corner of Xian Feng's eyes. He immediately turned around to look, but he didn't discover anything. However, after knowing that there was a strange phenomenon, he stood still and moved his head back and forth. As expected, another silver light flashed at the corner of Xian Feng's eyes. Lei Xingfeng's heart began to beat wildly. Could it be the light from sky crystals? I must stay calm, Lei Xingfeng reminded himself. He then moved his head back and forth again. Sure enough, after a few times, he saw another flash of silver in the corner of his eye. After confirming the location, he turned around and slowly walked in the direction of the silver flash. Lei Xingfeng walked extremely slowly. His eyes were fixed on the stone eggs on the ground. He was highly focused. When he arrived at the location of the silver flash, there was a field of stone eggs. None of them were glowing, but Lei Xingfeng was already confident. He threw the stone eggs one by one. After throwing out a few dozen, he saw a stone egg that was different from the rest. It was an inconspicuous light gray stone, similar to Feng Qinzong's cracked stone egg. The only difference was that Feng Qinzong's stone egg was greenish-gray while this one was gray. It was inconspicuous, but it glowed with a faint silver light. Xian Feng knew that he had struck gold. He carefully picked up the stone egg. After hesitating for a moment, he didn't pinch it open. In fact, pinching it open was out of helplessness. No one knew which stone egg had something inside. He could only use brute force to pinch it open. If he didn't control his strength well, it was possible that he would crush the sky crystal. The best way was to grind it open. However, the prerequisite was that you knew there was something inside. Otherwise, no one would be able to withstand it. How could he grind it open? He put the stone egg into his hidden Luan space and carefully marked it so that he wouldn't forget. Lei Xingfeng then began to search again. He wasn't sure if there was a sky crystal in the stone egg, but he was sure that there was something inside. As for what it was, he would have to open it to see. At this time, Lei Xingfeng realized a problem. If there was something inside the stone egg, it might be buried in the middle or under the stone egg. He wouldn't be able to see it from the surface. As soon as he thought of it, Xianfeng activated the chaos wheel and smashed it into the ground, causing countless stone eggs to fly in all directions, and a 7 to 8 meter deep hole appeared on the ground. Xianfeng had controlled his strength for this attack, only using 20% of it. He was very satisfied with the chaos wheel's attack. At this time, Lei Xingfeng discovered that there were even more stone eggs underground. Even at a depth of 7 to 8 meters, it was still all stone eggs. He couldn't see the soil or rock at the bottom. After the attack, Lei Xingfeng began to carefully search for the flickering silver light. Lei Xingfeng sighed. There was no light. In other words, this attack didn't produce anything. Fortunately, Lei Xingfeng understood that if there were a lot of sky crystals, Feng Qinzong wouldn't have wandered around for 17 years without finding anything. Boom! After flying out 10 meters, Lei Xingfeng made a second attack. Suddenly, he saw a silver light fly out. Lei Xingfeng was overjoyed. His body flashed and he put the glowing silver stone egg into his hidden Luan space. He wouldn't open it now anyway. He put it into his hidden Luan space first. He would look at it later. Even if there wasn't anything, it wouldn't be a big deal. He couldn't find anything in the first place. If there were sky crystals, then he'd be rich. Lei Xingfeng attacked a few more times. Many large holes appeared in the ground. However, he didn't find anything this time except for the 2 stone eggs he got last time. When Lei Xingfeng attacked the ground again, Feng Qinzong, Xian Zhaoluan, Jin Dia, and the others all rushed over. Xian Zhaoluan shouted, "A Feng, who are you fighting?" Chapter 203. The group flew to Lei Xingfeng's side. When they saw the pits below, they were all stunned. Lei Xingfeng smiled. "I just wanted to see what was down there. Maybe we can find the sky crystal. If you encounter an enemy, send out a warning signal. That way we won't misunderstand," Feng Qinzong said. Lei Xingfeng said, "Eldest senior brother, I plan to search at night. It's too hot during the day, so I'm too lazy to move." Feng Qinzong smiled. "That doesn't matter. Day or night, it's up to you." Xian Zhaoluan said, "All right, let's go back. Those who need to rest, rest. Those who need to cultivate, cultivate." Jin Dia said, "A Feng, do you want us to accompany you?" Lei Xingfeng waved his hand. "No need, no need. You guys go back and rest." This thing was too important. He didn't want anyone to join in. Jin Dia nodded. "All right, let's go back." Lei Xingfeng spent the entire night in the great stone quarry. It wasn't until dawn that he returned to the stone platform to rest. He set up a huge piece of animal skin and lay down to sleep. That night, he received 3 stone eggs. All of them glowed with silver light. Feng Qinzong didn't bother with Lei Xingfeng. He continued to search for the sky crystal during the day. Mad Eagle didn't follow. Instead, he stayed by Lei Xingfeng's side to guard him. After all, Lei Xingfeng was the master. When he was resting, it was necessary to have a guard. Lei Xingfeng slept until evening. Only then did he get up. He took out some dry food and water and hurriedly ate. Lei Xingfeng said, "Uncle Ing, what do you think about finding the sky crystal?" Mad Eagle smiled bitterly. "I gave up on the first day. It's impossible to find the sky crystal." Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "If it's purely luck, there's basically no hope. However, this is very important to eldest senior brother. We still have to persevere and look for it." In fact, he had already made up his mind. As long as there were silver glowing stone eggs, he would open one at the end. If he succeeded, he would give one to Feng Qinzong. He believed that Feng Qinzong wouldn't mistreat him. When Feng Qinzong and the others returned, Lei Xingfeng and Mad Eagle continued their search. Of course, the 2 of them split up. This time, Lei Xingfeng flew a bit further. In order not to disturb Feng Qinzong and the others' rest, he flew a few kilometers away. First, he searched the air to see if there were any abnormalities on the ground. If there were, he would go down and pick them up. If there weren't, he would start bombarding the ground to blast the stone eggs out of the ground. Now that Lei Xingfeng was more experienced, he only used half of his strength to blast out the chaos wheel. Moreover, he blasted it out diagonally. This was the best way to blast the stone eggs out of the ground. After each blast, he stared at the stone eggs that flew out to see if there was any light. Every 10 minutes or so, Lei Xingfeng would blast out a blast. That night, Lei Xingfeng's luck wasn't very good. He only found one stone egg that glowed silver. Even so, he was very satisfied. Last attack. Let's go back to sleep after this. Lei Xingfeng blasted out one last blast. Boom! The stone eggs flew out in a fan shape. In an instant, a golden light flashed in front of Lei Xingfeng's eyes. He jumped in fright. There was actually a golden light? With a thought, he flashed out. Before the stone could fall, Lei Xingfeng had already caught it in his hand. It was a rare pure black stone egg. Upon closer inspection, there were very small golden spots on the stone egg, emitting a very faint golden light. Lei Xingfeng didn't know what to do. Because he didn't open the stone egg to see what was inside, he didn't know what was inside the stone egg. As for the stone egg that glowed silver, he didn't know what was inside. He didn't dare to open the stone egg. There was a reason why he didn't dare to open the stone egg. Sky crystals had a special characteristic. Once the stone egg was opened and the crystal inside was revealed, there would be a fluctuation. This fluctuation was very obvious. Within a radius of 10,000 meters, any high-level cultivator would be able to sense it. This was also why Feng Qinzong was at ease to bring everyone here to look for sky crystals. It was impossible to put all the stone eggs into the hidden Luan space because that would be useless. Basically, there was a 9,999% chance of getting all the eggs. In other words, the probability was infinitely close to zero. Therefore, coming here to look for sky crystals was a matter of luck. Lei Xingfeng thought for a moment and put the stone egg into the hidden Luan space. As long as he didn't open it, there wouldn't be any problems. No one would know that he had collected a special stone egg. This was a mistake. Using this loophole, no matter how many sky crystals Lei Xingfeng collected, no one would know. In just 2 days, he had already collected 4 glowing silver and 1 glowing gold. According to Lei Xingfeng's understanding, there was definitely something inside. The only thing he wasn't sure about was whether or not there was a sky crystal inside. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to open it immediately. After another round of searching, Lei Xingfeng returned to the stone platform to rest. After being busy for more than 10 days, Lei Xingfeng more or less had a harvest every day. At least in one night, he found 1 glowing silver stone egg. At most, he found 3 stone eggs. In total, he had found 30. Most of them were glowing silver, but there were also 5 glowing gold. This made Lei Xingfeng very satisfied. Most of the harvest was from the lower layers of the stone eggs. There was almost none on the surface. Feng Qinzong and the others were different from Lei Xingfeng. They searched on the surface because there were too many stone eggs. According to their thinking, instead of searching the lower layers, they might as well pick them up casually. There shouldn't be a big difference. However, they forgot one thing. Stone eggs that contained sky crystals were relatively heavier. The lower layers of the stone eggs had a higher chance of containing sky crystals. However, even if Feng Qinzong and the others opened the lower layers of the stone eggs, it would still be difficult for them to find anything. Lei Xingfeng had dug at least a few hundred holes in one night, and he could only find 1 or 3 stone eggs that had a chance of producing a sky crystal. They were searching blindly, and it was impossible for them to catch even one. As time passed, cultivators could be seen flying in the sky above the great stone field. In other words, the news of sky crystals in the great stone fields should have spread. Feng Qinzong and the others also began to feel a little nervous. As long as anyone found a sky crystal, it meant a bloody massacre. Even if you put the sky crystal into your hidden Luan space, you would still be captured and forced to rob the sky crystal under the threat of death. This required great strength to resist the robberies of outsiders. Feng Qinzong gathered everyone and said, "There are more and more outsiders. This place will soon become a killing field. Even if we don't find the sky crystal, there will still be conflicts in this damned place. Don't split up to avoid being attacked separately. Let's move together. Feng, don't move at night. Come with us during the day." Lei Xingfeng didn't have a choice. He couldn't say that he could only find it at night. He nodded and said, "Okay." At this time, he couldn't show the slightest bit of greed. On the third day, the killings began. As more and more outsiders came, the killings also increased. Most of these people had 5 or 6 companions. The smaller ones had 2 or 3 people, and the larger ones had 10. Feng Qinzong's group was considered large. Normal people wouldn't dare to provoke them. Other than Lei Xingfeng, everyone else was a 9th ring sage. The weakest cultivators here had 6th ring sage bodies, but most of them were 8th and 9th ring sages. Lei Xingfeng didn't know that there were so many high-level cultivators here. Soon, their field of vision was filled with cultivators. They formed groups and ran around the great stone field. Feng Qinzong finally stopped everyone from searching. He said, "Let's wait. The more people there are, the more likely we will find the sky crystal. At that time, we will fight for it." He had completely given up on finding the sky crystal by himself. Xian Zhaoluan said, "Let's go back to the stone platform to wait and prepare." Feng Qinzong nodded. "Okay, let's go back." The group flew towards the stone platform. But when they got close, they found that there was already a group of people occupying it. Lei Xingfeng inexplicably felt a surge of anger. "This is our territory." This thought suddenly popped up in his mind. And when he saw that his group's faces all changed, he suddenly had the urge to beat them up. Feng Qinzong and Xian Zhaoluan landed first. Feng Qinzong had just landed when he roared, "Scram!" That monstrous aura crazily surged out, crushing everything in its path. This was the first time Lei Xingfeng had seen Feng Qinzong's aura, and he was shocked. Even the people behind him were suppressed by this powerful aura. Lei Xingfeng thought to himself that Feng Qinzong's strength was close to that of a monarch. There was no explanation. Just one word, "Scram." Domineering and unreasonable to the extreme, immediately intimidating the group. It wasn't until everyone landed that the group finally reacted. Lei Xingfeng landed. With just one glance, he was furious. This group of people were all wearing masks. The masked men. This was Lei Xingfeng's enemy. In the past, they had chased after him non-stop. This time, he actually met them again. There was probably a monarch behind the masked men organization. But who cared? Lei Xingfeng also had a monarch behind him. Without waiting for the group to reply, Lei Xingfeng had already launched an attack. The chaos wheel shot out. Feng Qinzong and Xian Zhaoluan didn't expect Lei Xingfeng to be the first to attack. Feng Qinzong's eyes flashed with admiration. He roared, "Kill!" Boom! With one attack, the masked men were forced to retreat. After that, Lei Xingfeng had nothing to do. After all, his strength couldn't compare to a 9th ring expert. When Feng Qinzong and the other 9th ring experts attacked together, Lei Xingfeng found that he couldn't do anything. He could only retreat to the side and watch the show. Lei Xingfeng's eyes widened as he watched. He found that the strength of the two sides was completely different. Feng Qinzong and the others' strength was absolutely crushing. There were 7 masked men in total. Among them, only 5 were 9th ring experts. The other 2 were 8th ring experts. If this kind of strength was in Lei Xingfeng's world, they would be at the top. Here, however, it wasn't enough. On the other hand, there were 11 9th ring experts. The attacks of these 11 people instantly crushed their resistance. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Chapter 204. The scariest thing about a group of 11 ninth ring sages was that they didn't hesitate to kill. They used every trick they could think of to kill. The result of 11 ninth ring sages attacking with all their might was the 7 masked men. Without exception, all of them died without a complete corpse. Lei Xingfeng watched with his mouth agape. Holy shit! How can they be so cruel? The sight of blood excited everyone. A few of them were eager to attack the people around them. Fortunately, Feng Qinzong's cultivation was profound. He shouted, "Stop! Calm down!" His shout shocked everyone. They immediately stopped. Feng Qinzong said, "This place is very evil. Once you start killing, you'll get excited. If you don't stop at the beginning, you'll go around looking for people to kill until you're destroyed. Alright, stop cultivating now." Xian Zhaoluan said, "Holy shit, this place is really evil. I actually wanted to kill." Feng Qinzong was the eldest senior brother. He could suppress everyone. No one dared to be stubborn with him. If it weren't for Feng Qinzong, everyone would have gone to find people to kill. Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but sweat. He was the one who attacked first. Feng Qinzong came over and asked, Feng, do you know them?" Lei Xingfeng said, "No, but they're my enemies." Feng Qinzong thought for a moment. "Is it because they're wearing masks?" Lei Xingfeng nodded. "Yes, they're probably from the same organization. They all wear masks and have been chasing me for a while. Haha, so when I saw them, I didn't know why I suddenly attacked." Feng Qinzong nodded. "No wonder you attacked. Alright, I know the reason. Let's rest." Lei Xingfeng nodded and sat down. Jean Dia sat beside him and said with a smile, Feng, your attack just now gave me a fright. I realized that your attack is very powerful. If your cultivation is higher, no one in the same level as you will be able to defeat you." Mad Eagle and Tiger Love also sat beside him. Mad Eagle said, "I don't think we'll get anything from this trip. I didn't expect there to be such a crazy thing. Sky Crystal, even if I only had a 10% chance of advancing, with the Sky Crystal, I have a 50% chance. It's a 50-50 chance, so I have to give it a shot no matter what. Unfortunately, Sky Crystal is too hard to come by." Xian Zhaoluan said, "Old Eagle, don't joke around. How do you even have a 10% chance of advancing?" Mad Eagle could only smile bitterly. He said, I know I don't have one. For those of us who use rings to advance, let alone a 10% chance, I don't even have a 0.1% chance. Sigh, what a pity." Tiger Love said, "Pity my ass. If you didn't have rings, you wouldn't have been able to advance to 9th ring. What's there to pity? I'm already satisfied to be able to advance to 9th ring." Mad Eagle said, Haha, I know. But when I hear this news, I'm still a little moved. Jean Dia laughed. "Don't think about it. Otherwise, you won't be able to survive. I just hope to live a little longer. Haha, as for advancing, that's just wishful thinking. Forget about it." In this group, only Feng Qinzong, Xian Zhaoluan, and Lei Xingfeng had a chance of advancing to Monarch. It was just a possibility. Of course, if they could obtain the Sky Crystal this time, whether it was Feng Qinzong or Xian Zhaoluan, their chances of advancing would greatly increase. If they only had a 20 or 30% chance of advancing, then with a 40% chance, their chances of advancing would be completely different. Lei Xingfeng said, "Is there only one type of Sky Crystal?" He had been thinking about the 2 types of stone eggs in his heart. One was silver, the other was gold. He felt like there was something wrong with them. Feng Qinzong was sitting not far away. When he heard Lei Xingfeng's words, he said, Feng, let me tell you." Lei Xingfeng said happily, "Thank you for your guidance, senior apprentice brother." Feng Qinzong got up and sat down. Xian Zhaoluan also sat down. Feng Qinzong said, Dijuan liquid crystal, also known as Sky Crystal or Saint Crystal. Generally speaking, cultivators like to call it sky crystal. This thing is used to break through the 9th ring sage realm and advance to monarch realm. With a sky crystal, the success rate can be increased by 40%. Lei Xingfeng nodded. This was something everyone already knew. Feng Qinzong said, actually, there are 2 types of sky crystal. The first type is sky crystal. There is a trace of silver liquid in the crystal. It is this trace of natural liquid that can increase a 9th ring sage's chances of advancing by 40%. Lei Xingfeng had only seen the grooves in the stone eggs. He thought, so the so-called crystal has a trace of silver liquid in it. It is the liquid inside that can increase the chances of advancing, not the crystal itself. Interesting. Feng Qinzong continued, there is another type of sky crystal. To be precise, it should be called Saint Crystal. The liquid inside is not silver, but gold. The chance of advancing is not 40% but 60%. Let's put it this way. If I have a sky crystal, I have a high chance of advancing. But if I have a Saint Crystal, I can definitely advance to monarch realm. Mad Eagle asked, 60%. If we get it, does that mean we have a chance of advancing to monarch realm? Feng Qinzong said, yes. 50% chance of advancing. Mad Eagle clutched his chest and said, Motherf ***, please give me a Saint Crystal. Where can I get a Saint Crystal? Feng Qinzong laughed. Don't even think about it. Even I haven't seen it before. I've only heard of it. I've seen a sky crystal before, but the silver liquid inside has been removed. Other than the silver liquid inside, the crystal itself is also an extremely rare material. Not only was Mad Eagle in a daze, but even Jean Dia and the other 9th ring swordsmen were also thinking about how to get a Saint Crystal. Lei Xingfeng said, then the liquid inside the Saint Crystal is gold liquid? After saying it, he felt awkward. Silver liquid? Gold liquid? That sounded weird. Feng Qinzong nodded, that's right. But Saint Crystals are even harder to find. If there's a chance of getting a sky crystal, then Saint Crystals are a thing of legends. Xian Feng understood that the glowing silver stone egg and the glowing gold stone egg were probably the heaven crystal and Saint Crystal. His heart couldn't help but burn, but he was very clear that these 2 things, when he returned, he might be able to take out the heaven crystal, but he definitely couldn't take out the Saint Crystal. This thing attracted too much attention, even if it was from the same sect, it was still a source of trouble, so he became even more careful. Of the 27 stone eggs, 21 were silver and 5 were gold. Lei Xingfeng kept muttering in his heart, 21 sky crystals, 5 Saint Crystals. Motherf ***, I'm rich. This place is getting more and more chaotic. I better find a way to leave. He already wanted to escape. It was too dangerous to stay here. Jean Dia sighed, I'm sure there should be sky crystals here, and even Saint Crystals. But there are so many stone eggs. How can we find them? Sigh, we're in a treasure trove, but we can't get anything. It's so annoying. Mad Eagle said, it's not just annoying. I want to kill people. Explosions and battle cries came from the distance. Lei Xingfeng looked at the rising smoke and said, I don't know how many people will die this time. Even if thousands of people came in, there might be one lucky person if they just picked up the sky crystals. But once the battle started, it was almost certain that such a lucky person wouldn't exist. Gradually, the smell of blood wafted over. Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but shake his head. It's over. This place will probably become a bloody slaughterhouse. Feng Qinzong's face was ugly. He knew that it would be very difficult for him to get the sky crystals. Once this place became chaotic and all the sects suffered heavy losses, the monarch would seal the sects and not let his subordinates enter. Even his master would do the same. It was easy to lose one's mind in this place. They could still control their killing intent now mainly because of his suppression. Once they lost his suppression, they would have already rushed out to kill. Xian Zhaoluan seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. He said, "Don't move. If someone comes, we have to kill them as soon as possible. Otherwise, we won't be able to control ourselves." Lei Xingfeng also felt that something was wrong with him. The desire to kill kept popping up, making his blood boil. Lei Xingfeng stood up, then sat down again. He felt a little restless. Feng Qinzong smiled bitterly. "Damn, it's getting more and more wrong. When there was no one here, it was fine. Now that there are so many people, it feels wrong." Suddenly, a ninth ring sage flew over. When he was still 100 meters away from the stone platform, Feng Qinzong already stood up and shouted, "Get away!" The man sneered and sent out his fire seal, attacking the people on the stone platform. Feng Qinzong said, "You're looking for death." A golden blade suddenly appeared. When it first appeared, it was only a little bit of golden light. Then, it suddenly expanded to the size of a door. This was Feng Qinzong's personal weapon. The giant blade slashed down instantly, causing a loud rumble. That person's fire seal was instantly shattered by the golden saber. That person howled in grief. For a cultivator, the seal was a very important cultivation crystal. Once it was shattered, it would immediately cause a heavy injury. The golden saber paused for a moment, then immediately chopped down again. One slash split the man in half. Feng Qinzong gritted his teeth and put away the golden blade. He stared at the battle in the distance. Xian Zhaoluan shouted, "Eldest senior brother." Feng Qinzong let out a long breath and slowly landed. Lei Xingfeng could clearly see Feng Qinzong's struggle. Luckily, his cultivation was too high. He finally woke up and said, "This place is too evil. Damn, I almost couldn't control myself. So close. So close." Lei Xingfeng said, "Should we go back?" he asked tentatively. Feng Qinzong said firmly, "No, wait." Chapter 205. Lei Xingfeng sighed inwardly. He didn't dare to say, "I've got the sky crystal and I'll give it to you when we get back." As more and more people were killed, Feng Qinzong and the others couldn't sit still any longer. They all stood on the stone platform, forming a defensive circle. Any enlightened masters that charged at them were immediately killed. Every enlightened master that was killed had bloodshot eyes as they ran around like madmen. Lei Xingfeng's heart was pounding. A seventh ring sage was nothing here. Even if he could block a few attacks from a ninth ring sage, he wouldn't be able to block too many of them. Plus, if a fight broke out here, they might end up killing each other. But the killing intent in his heart surged wave after wave. Xian Feng tried his best to control it. Luckily, the cold pearl on his chest had a great effect. The cool feeling calmed him down. Seeing that Feng Qinzong was losing control, Lei Xingfeng took out a frost pearl. He got 2 last time. He threw it to Feng Qinzong. "Big senior brother, hang it around your neck." Feng Qinzong grabbed it. Frost pearl. The cold chi spread out, clearing his mind. He immediately understood Lei Xingfeng's intention. Okay. With the help of the frost pearl, his urge to kill quickly disappeared. However, the struggle in the eyes of the other 6 ninth ring masters became more and more intense. Xian Zhaoluan took off the frost pearl from his neck and tossed it to them. "Everyone, calm down." The frost pearl passed to the 6 ninth ring masters, and after a while, they all calmed down. Jean Dia laughed. "I didn't know the frost pearl could be used like this. If I knew, I would have killed more Zesh ice beasts." Lei Xingfeng didn't understand. This place is huge. Why are there so many people gathered here? Feng Qinzong said, "This is the core area. It's said that sky crystals are most likely to be found here. Other places are not." Boom. In the distance, 2 people faced each other. A golden seal struck, sending stone eggs flying. Suddenly, there was a violent fluctuation. This fluctuation was very strange. Everyone could feel it. It was like an echo in the canyon. Everyone could clearly hear it, but they didn't necessarily know where it came from. Feng Qinzong was overjoyed. "The sky crystal is out." Lei Xingfeng suddenly reacted. Countless stone eggs had shattered during the battle, and one of them had coincidentally contained a heaven crystal. That was why it had caused such a fluctuation. This was the first time he had felt such a fluctuation. It was a very strange feeling, but he would definitely not miss it. As soon as this fluctuation appeared, the entire great stone quarry was in chaos. Countless people flew towards the place where the two people were fighting. Feng Qinzong shouted, "Let's go!" Lei Xingfeng secretly complained. He didn't want to fight for it at all. At this time, he completely understood why it was called the slaughter field. The two people who were still fighting immediately stopped and began to search. However, the fluctuation from the countless stone eggs on the ground was very strong at first, but after the fluctuation, it disappeared. They could only remember the approximate location, but with the fierce battle just now, it was very difficult to determine. Feng Qinzong was the fastest. He was almost the first to reach the two. He had been paying attention to the battle around him, so when the fluctuation appeared, he immediately determined the approximate location. It wasn't where the two were fighting, but about 60 to 70 meters away. When the two saw Feng Qinzong approaching, they immediately warned him, "Get out! Get away! Don't come near!" Feng Qinzong didn't care at all. He went to the place he thought it was and landed. In an instant, all the stone eggs within a radius of 6 to 7 meters disappeared. Lei Xingfeng had been pulling Jean Dia and Mad Eagle. At the same time, he signaled Tiger Love to slow down and fall behind the others. At this time, Lei Xingfeng saw Feng Qinzong's actions and couldn't help but praise him. This was truly a smart move. He didn't even need to search carefully. Instead, he directly put everything in the location of the fluctuation into his hidden Luan space. He would slowly clean it up when he returned. In just a few breaths, the ground within a radius of 10 meters caved in. With Feng Qinzong's methods, he directly collected a large area. The two who were fighting were instantly enraged. This was a place where the slightest thought could cause a huge explosion. The result of their anger was that the two joined forces to attack Feng Qinzong. Feng Qinzong was extremely satisfied. He knew he had succeeded. With so many stone eggs and random things entering his hidden Luan space, he would need to mobilize a lot of people to help clean it up. But he knew one thing. With so many things entering his hidden Luan space, there must be a sky crystal in there. He just needed to slowly find it. Seeing the two charging over with red eyes, he sneered. A golden light appeared and he roared, "Kill!" Xian Zhaoluan was on the other side and attacked at the same time. The two of them had an unusual tacit understanding. The other 6 ninth ring sages also attacked together. In an instant, the attacks of the 8 experts converged. The two had long been blinded by anger and rushed forward without thinking. They were immediately hit by the attacks of the 8. Boom! Lei Xingfeng fell behind. Jean Dia, Mad Eagle, and Tiger Love immediately raised their defenses. Countless stone eggs flew in all directions. A cloud of dust rose and the two were instantly pulverized. Not even a bit of flesh could be seen. What a joke! 8 ninth ring sages attacked at full power. These two weren't monarchs. How could they block it? Feng Qinzong shouted, "Let's go!" If they didn't run now, when would they? Feng Qinzong was very wise. Since they had succeeded, this place wasn't a place to stay. The 12 of them immediately flew away, but it was difficult to escape. Seeing groups of cultivators flying over, Lei Xingfeng felt his scalp go numb. He said, "Uncle Jean, Uncle Ing, Uncle Tiger, let's try not to split up. Be careful and defend." No one was an idiot. That wave of energy alerted all the cultivators within a kilometer radius. They all knew that something good had appeared. Perhaps it was the legendary sky crystal. Therefore, they all subconsciously rushed over. Unknowingly, they blocked Feng Qinzong's group. They had nowhere to run. Xian Zhaoluan said, "Have you sent a message to Master?" Feng Qinzong said, "I've already sent word. But we need to hold on for a while." Xian Zhaoluan said, That's going to be tough. Everyone, pay attention. Don't spread out. Once you're left alone, I don't need to remind you of the consequences. Everyone's heart trembled. Being left alone meant death. There was no doubt about it. Everyone knew that. The 12 of them formed a defensive formation and flew out. After flying for less than 5 minutes, they were blocked by a group of 7. Feng Qinzong didn't want to waste time talking. He only shouted, "Kill! Kill them all!" Xian Zhaoluan said, "As long as we can hold on for a while, Master will come." Immediately, everyone's confidence increased. If Master came, not only would his strength increase, but he would also be able to take everyone away. In an instant, the 12 of them fought against the 7. At this time, even Lei Xingfeng went all out. He had the Chaos Wheel, so his attack power wasn't weak at all. If it weren't for the fact that he was only a 7th ring sage, he would be the main force. Now that he was mixed in with the crowd, he could only count as an ordinary 9th ring sage. His defense wasn't as strong as a 9th ring sage's, so he had to rely on the help of 3 guards. The 7 people blocking the way all had red eyes. They couldn't control their killing intent. That was why they dared to block a group of 11 9th ring sages. Among the 7 of them, there were only 2 9th ring sages. Among the other 5, there were 2 8th ring sages, 1 7th ring, and 2 6th ring sages. If such a group were conscious, how could they dare to block a group of super experts? Lei Xingfeng's Chaos Wheel was the fastest, and his attack was also the fastest. Before the others could attack, his Chaos Wheel had already shot out. The result of this attack was brilliant. The main reason was that Lei Xingfeng didn't expect there to be a 6th ring or 8th ring sages in the group. That was why this attack was so effective, instantly killing 2 and seriously injuring the other 2. Lei Xingfeng's first attack was followed by everyone else's combined attack. It was too fast. With a loud bang, the smoke disappeared, leaving nothing behind. Lei Xingfeng sucked in a breath of cold air. How strong did the attack have to be to kill so many people in an instant? The aftermath of the attack left a large hole in the ground. This hole was more than 200 meters in diameter and dozens of meters deep. Even so, there was still a stone egg at the bottom. Lei Xingfeng actually saw the stone egg glowing with a silver light, but at this time, he couldn't go down to pick it up. Because of the dim light at the bottom of the hole, the glowing stone egg was very obvious. Lei Xingfeng sighed and rushed out with Feng Qinzong. It didn't matter if there were 7 people blocking the way or 1 person. Feng Qinzong and the others used the same move and combined their attack. It was true that if a person blocked their way, they would kill a god. No one could stop them. As they moved towards the edge of the great stone field, the people blocking the way gradually decreased, and the people chasing after them started killing each other again. After killing another 10 people in a row, Feng Qinzong's group was finally safe. Those who didn't give up chasing were all killed. Lei Xingfeng admired Feng Qinzong. This guy killed decisively without any resistance. Lei Xingfeng knew that if they were blocked on the way, it wouldn't take long. Within 10 minutes, they would be in a desperate situation with no chance of survival. This was the benefit of having a brilliant commander. The ground was also full of stone eggs, but Lei Xingfeng found that the stone eggs here were very large and rough. The sizes were also different. He even saw stone eggs the size of a water tank, but they were generally the size of an ostrich egg. The surface of the stone eggs wasn't smooth. He bent down and picked up a stone egg to play with. Feng Qinzong said, "Don't look at it. There won't be sky crystals here." Lei Xingfeng asked curiously, "Senior brother, how do you know?" Feng Qinzong said, "I've been looking for sky crystals for 17 years, and I've also been investigating for 17 years. Haha, if you say I don't know, who knows?" Lei Xingfeng nodded. "That's true. But this news was released by senior brother, right?" Chapter 206. Feng Qinzong looked at Lei Xingfeng in surprise. "You saw through it?" Lei Xingfeng laughed. "I guessed, hee hee." Feng Qinzong was amused. Smart kid. Haha, that's right. I let it out because I didn't have time to wait. I had to take a risk. Lei Xingfeng said, Of course you succeeded. This flattery hit the nail on the head. Feng Qinzong beamed with joy. Yes, I succeeded. Hee, I didn't think I'd succeed so quickly. Lei Xingfeng said, Soon, there will be monarchs coming. As long as they can confirm that there are sky crystals here, there won't be any ninth ring sage left. Everyone's expression turned ugly. Xian Zhaoluan said, A Feng, why? Lei Xingfeng said, It's simple. Monarchs don't want a large number of monarchs to appear. They'd rather seal off this place. Even if they want to get the sky crystals, they'll have to find a way to get it. Once a ninth ring sage becomes a monarch, they can set up their own sections. At that time, they'll have to compete with their seniors for resources. Perhaps others can't see it clearly, but Lei Xingfeng can see it very clearly. This was related to the knowledge of his previous life. In Lei Xingfeng's previous life, all resources were controlled by the country or big shot. Normal people didn't have the right to get them. This was something that most people in his previous life understood. Xian Zhaoluan smiled bitterly. It can't be. If that's the case, I have to get a sky crystal this time. Otherwise, there's no hope? Lei Xingfeng nodded. Yes, but there are a few prerequisites. Someone must break the stone egg that contains the sky crystal. You must be there. You must be fast. Yes, just like eldest senior brother. You must quickly put everything around the sky crystal into your hidden Luan space. Senior brother, do you think you can do it? Xian Zhaoluan was immediately discouraged. He smiled bitterly and said, Eldest senior brother, you're still the best. Feng Qinzong laughed. Luck, good luck. Perhaps it was because a Feng was beside me that all my plans worked. Ha! He was going crazy with joy. After so many years, he finally succeeded. This kind of joy was no small matter. Xian Zhaoluan nodded and said, Yes, I might have really benefited from it. Every time I go out with a Feng, something good happens. Unfortunately, my luck is a little bad this time. Rumbling sounds could still be heard from afar. Lei Xingfeng said, Not many of these people will be able to survive unless the sect takes action and brings them back. This place is too evil. Feng Qinzong said, This place was very famous in ancient times. The slaughter field is the name of this place. In the beginning, this place was called the Great Stone Field, also known as the Slaughter Field. But no one would have thought that the Slaughter Field was a name passed down from ancient times. Perhaps in ancient times this place was like now, with countless experts killing each other. Xian Zhaoluan was a little anxious. The sky crystal was too useful. As long as he got it, he could almost steadily advance. This kind of temptation was something he couldn't get rid of. Feng Qinzong said, Let's wait for Master to come and see if there's still a chance. Hearing this, Xian Zhaoluan calmed down a little. He was also thinking that perhaps Master would have a way. Lei Xingfeng understood that this was Feng Qinzong's excuse. He didn't want to enter the center of the Great Stone Field again. It was too dangerous. Especially since he already had the sky crystal, he was even more cautious. Even if he had a good relationship with Xian Zhaoluan, he wouldn't take the risk for him. Xian Zhaoluan said, If Master isn't willing to help, then what do we do? Feng Qinzong's face reddened. He didn't know how to answer Xian Zhaoluan. Lei Xingfeng knew that Xian Zhaoluan was an unstable explosive right now. Plus, this place was evil. If he had any ideas, it would be infinitely magnified. Things went wrong, he might have a falling out with Feng Qinzong. This wasn't something he wanted to see. Lei Xingfeng said, Actually, it doesn't matter if we can't find the sky crystal for now. Xian Zhaoluan immediately looked at Lei Xingfeng. A trace of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. He said, How does it not matter? Jean Dia quietly pulled Lei Xingfeng's lapel, indicating that he shouldn't say anything. Lei Xingfeng paused. Third senior apprentice brother, you have to understand one thing. Eldest senior apprentice brother obtained the sky crystal this time. You should know what it means, Xianzhaoluan said. Of course, I know. Feng Qinzong obtained the sky crystal. It meant that he would definitely ascend to the monarch level. Everyone present understood this. Lei Xingfeng laughed. Then it's very simple, haha. Xianzhaoluan was also confused. His brain couldn't wrap itself around it. Feng Qinzong was also confused. What's simple? Lei Xingfeng said. A ninth ring sage might find the sky crystal, but a monarch? If a monarch helps, third senior apprentice brother won't have to worry about not having the sky crystal. In an instant, both Feng Qinzong and Xianzhaoluan understood. If Feng Qinzong ascended, not only would it benefit Xianzhaoluan, it would also benefit Lei Xingfeng. Just based on the efforts of Xianzhaoluan and Lei Xingfeng, after Feng Qinzong ascended, he wouldn't be able to ignore them. This was a debt of gratitude. As the saying goes, don't owe a debt of gratitude. This was the most difficult debt to repay. Feng Qinzong looked at Lei Xingfeng with appreciation. Junior apprentice brother, don't worry. As long as I ascend, I will find a way to help you find a sky crystal. All the dissatisfaction in Xianzhaoluan's heart disappeared. He smiled. Thank you, senior apprentice brother. An invisible disaster was resolved by Lei Xingfeng. Feng Qinzong continued. Feng, I accept this favor. Haha, if there's anything you can't solve in the future, come find me. I will help you. Lei Xingfeng laughed. Thank you, senior apprentice brother. Haha, if you ascend, I want to use the hidden door in the future. Feng Qinzong said straightforwardly. Okay, no problem. The deal was quickly made. For cultivators, a promise was very important, especially to those close to them. Lei Xingfeng and Xianzhaoluan both smiled. This was the best result. Everyone was satisfied. Jean Dia suddenly said, Something's wrong. The sound is getting softer. Everyone listened carefully. There were originally rumbling sounds, but now it gradually quieted down. Occasionally there would be one or two explosions, and then there was dead silence. Feng Qinzong frowned. What's going on? Xianzhaoluan guessed. Could it be a monarch? Lei Xingfeng thought for a moment, then shook his head. It's not a monarch. A monarch shouldn't have that much of a deterrent. Those people are already crazy from killing. They won't care about the threat. Plus, a monarch's strength will be suppressed here. They won't be able to control the situation unless there are 8 or 10 monarchs. I don't think that's possible. Feng Qinzong agreed. It shouldn't be a monarch. Strange, what kind of thing could scare off so many experts? Boom. Rumble, the entire ground shook, and the stone eggs on the ground jumped. Everyone looked at each other. Lei Xingfeng said, What is it? Boom. Another tremor was heard, and the ground shook. Everyone started to get nervous. The whole ground was jumping. This wasn't a good feeling. Even a monarch's attack couldn't make the whole ground jump. Lei Xingfeng couldn't resist his curiosity. Should we go take a look? Feng Qinzong thought for a moment. No, we can't go. We can only wait here. It's safer here, and it's easier to leave this world. Lei Xingfeng smiled bitterly, but he didn't insist. Xianzhaoluan said, How much time do we have before Master can come? Feng Qinzong said, I've already sent out the location signal. Master should have received it. It takes time to open the door. Lei Xingfeng asked curiously, Is it here? Feng Qinzong said, The precise location is where I'm standing. I just need to stay here long enough for the door to open. It won't be more than 100 meters away. You don't understand it yet. When you become a 9th ring sage, there are some things you can learn. Boom. Boom. The ground shook violently. Everyone immediately flew up and hovered about a meter above the ground. The stone eggs seemed to be placed on an oscillator. They kept jumping. Feng Qinzong said, Something's wrong. Let's retreat. Xianzhaoluan said, But it's not time yet. Forget it, let's retreat. He also realized something was wrong. The stone eggs on the ground were all jumping. It looked very scary. He didn't know what was causing the shaking. The 12 of them quickly flew into the distance, each of them using their full strength. With Xianfeng's strength, he could directly release his lightning stamp, enveloping himself in lightning. His speed was much faster than the others. Feng Qinzong was shocked. Damn, a Feng's speed is unbelievable. He's even faster than me. Lei Xingfeng realized that his Lei Yin was really different. Once he used it, his speed was like lightning. In an instant, he was far away. Boom, 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 countless shaking sounds came. The stone eggs on the ground jumped even higher, making a neat clattering sound. Whoa! A strange cry came. Feng Qinzong's face changed completely. He was the most knowledgeable person here. Just by hearing the sound, he knew what it was. He said in horror, "Quick, quick! Let's get out of here!" Or, Wu Lei Xingfeng was confused. "What's that? It's scary." Feng Qinzong cursed. "Shit, we're screwed. It's a star beast. Why the F***ck? Why is there a star beast here? Let's F***king run." Lei Xingfeng heard a trace of panic in Feng Qinzong's voice. To make Feng Qinzong panic, this star beast was definitely not to be trifled with. When everyone heard the word star beast, their faces changed. Even if they hadn't seen a star beast, they had heard of its horror. And it was all kinds of horror. If anyone below 9th ring sage encountered a star beast, there was only one word for it: death. Chapter 207. When a 9th ring sage encounters a star beast, if you run fast enough, you might be able to survive. Of course, the premise is that you run fast enough and the star beast doesn't chase after you. This was why Feng Qinzong ran as soon as he heard the roar. Lei Xingfeng was secretly glad that he didn't look. If he did, he wouldn't even have the chance to escape. Walala, walala! Xianfeng turned his head to look and exclaimed in shock, "What the fuck? He's crazy!" Everyone turned their heads to look at the source of his voice, and they were all stunned. The stone eggs on the ground jumped at least 7 to 8 meters high. It was a rhythmic jump, as if the ground was a dustpan that someone was shaking with all their might. This wasn't the most shocking thing. The most terrifying thing was that in the distance, countless stone eggs actually flew into the air and began to spin rapidly in a certain direction, sucking in the stone eggs that had jumped up from the ground. It was like a tornado, but no one felt wind. The stone eggs spun in the air in a way that no one could understand. They spun faster and faster. Lei Xingfeng immediately understood. If the stone eggs sped up to a certain speed, even if he activated all his defenses, he wouldn't be able to stop them. He exclaimed, "If it's inside, it's a terrifying mill. Anything that enters will be ground to dust." Feng Qinzong yelled, "Stop F***king looking. Run." They were still a few thousand meters away from the whirlpool, so the further they ran, the safer they would be. As for what kind of star beast was in the center of the whirlpool, they didn't want to know. The 12 of them fled frantically. At this moment, a few cultivators escaped from the back. If there were originally 100 of them, it would be considered good if 2 or 3 of them could escape. Based on this ratio, only 2 or 3% of the cultivators could escape. It was really a heavy loss. Lei Xingfeng utilized Lei Yin's abilities to the extreme. His speed wasn't just for show. Even Feng Qinzong, who was about to become a monarch, could barely keep up. They originally thought that Lei Xingfeng would be a burden, but now they knew that they were the ones holding him back. This little guy was super good at running and flew like lightning. In just a few minutes, the 12 of them had escaped the danger zone and arrived at a relatively safe place. Looking at the spectacular scene in the distance, Lei Xingfeng said, "Let's go back quickly. This place is too scary." Feng Qinzong said, "I've repositioned it and sent it to Master." They didn't know how he did it, but that wasn't important. With Feng Qinzong here, they didn't have to worry about going back. They all stretched their necks to look at the terrifying scene in the distance. Everyone was talking, but they couldn't guess what kind of star beast it was. One had to know that there were countless types of star beasts. There were powerful ones and ordinary ones. This star beast should be quite powerful. Just by looking at its ability to control stone eggs, one could tell that a ninth ring sage was no match for it. Probably only a monarch could deal with it. Lei Xingfeng secretly sighed. He had entered 2 worlds through a secret door, and neither of them had been easy. It was far worse than his own world. At least in this world, as long as one had a 6th ring sage body, they would be very safe. Clattering sounds came from afar. It was the sound of stone eggs rubbing against each other. Lei Xingfeng said, "No wonder there are stone eggs everywhere. So that's how they came to be. What a powerful star beast." When the cultivators who were escaping from the back saw this group of people, they all avoided them. Even if they took a detour, they did not dare to charge at them directly. The fact that they could gather 12 people at this time meant that they were extremely powerful. However, they did not know that these 12 people did not rush out from the stone egg vortex. After about half an hour, a secret door suddenly appeared. Feng Qinzong let out a breath and said, "They're here." Guqi and Wu Yang appeared together. Guqi waved his hand and the secret door disappeared. He said, "You found the star beast, right?" Haha. Lei Xingfeng hurried forward and said, "Greetings, Master." "Greetings, Founder." "Master, how did you know there was a star beast?" Wu Yang stared at the stone egg vortex in the distance and said, "You came in. Of course your master could sense it. With such a huge fluctuation, your master came to find me. There really is a star beast here." At this time, secret doors appeared one after another. The disciples who escaped all sent out location signals. Soon after, monarchs appeared in this world. Although star beasts were extremely powerful, star beasts were extremely attractive to true monarchs. If they could kill a star beast, even if they had to work together with others to kill a star beast, the harvest would be exaggerated. Guqi said, "Ah Zong, did you get it?" Feng Qinzong said, "Sort of. But I need to go back and check. I'm not sure if I really got it." Guqi nodded and said, "You guys go back first. It's too dangerous to stay here." Lei Xingfeng was originally in a hurry to leave, but when he saw his master and founder come together, he didn't want to leave. He wanted to see how monarchs fought. He already felt that his master and founder wanted to hunt the star beast. Guqi saw Lei Xingfeng's eyes darting around and knew what he wanted to do. He smiled and said, "Don't even think about it. If you want to watch a monarch fight, you only have one chance. Well, if you see it, you're done for. Just go back." Founder Wu Yang couldn't help but smile. He said, "Your master is doing this for your own good. Even if you see a monarch fight, it's nothing. But if you get caught in the shockwaves, you won't be able to resist. You're dead for sure. It's better not to watch and go back." Lei Xingfeng realized that he didn't even have the qualifications to watch. Feng Qinzong didn't want to stay either. Now that he had the sky crystal, he just wanted to go back and find it. With all the random things he had collected, it would take at least 10 days to clean them all up and find the sky crystal. He had to find a lot of people to help him clean up. He had put everything in a radius of 10 meters into his hidden Luan space. Only he could do that. A 9th ring sage's hidden Luan space had enough space. If it was Lei Xingfeng doing it, he probably wouldn't be able to. His hidden Luan space was already filled with a lot of resources. At least a third of them were food and water. Guqi opened the secret door and said, "Okay, let's go back." Lei Xingfeng didn't try to stay. He was the first to step into the secret door. Everyone else followed. After the last person left, Guqi smiled and said, "Master, let's go take a look. I haven't seen a star beast in a long time. It's really hard to find. I didn't think that the outer world coordinates Zone would have a star beast hiding there. Haha, I think the monarchs who heard the news will all rush over." Wu Yang said, "Don't be in a hurry. I don't think this star beast is easy to deal with. Let's wait for the other monarchs to make a move first. There's no need for us to go first. Gucci nodded. Okay, let's see how strong this star beast is first. Gradually, more and more monarchs came out. Many of them knew each other, especially Wu Yang. If Lei Xingfeng and the others were here, they would probably be scared stiff. Many monarchs respectfully called Wu Yang Senior when they saw him. This was a real big shot. Some monarchs couldn't hold back anymore. They invited a few familiar friends to test the star beast's strength. One of the monarchs threw out a huge hammer in his hand and shouted, "Open for me!" The giant hammer suddenly grew in size until it was 10 to 20 meters tall. It rolled towards the stone egg vortex like rain hitting a banana leaf. Crackling sounds could be heard. In an instant, a portion of the rapidly spinning stone egg was blocked. Immediately, a small gap appeared, allowing the people outside to vaguely see the scene in the center. With just a glance, Wu Yang said, "It turns out to be a stone star beast. No wonder there are so many stone eggs here. Interesting. This stone star beast should be a cub. This should be a nest of the stone star beast." Gucci asked, "Master, is it worth it?" Wu Yang hesitated and said, "As long as it's a star beast, it's worth it. However, I have some doubts. This is only a cub. It should still have parents. If that's the case, it'll be very difficult to fight. The defense of a mature stone star beast is too abnormal. Normal monarchs can't kill them." Gucci smiled and said, "But you're still here." Wu Yang said, "I'm not interested in stone star beasts. If it's other star beasts, maybe I'll be interested." Gucci smiled and said, "I know you've killed star beasts before, but I haven't. This time, I'll give it a try." Wu Yang said, "Star beasts are not easy to kill. However, with your strength, even if you can't kill this cub, you can still avoid it. Well, I'll help you guard it. Of course, you have to give me some of the resources you get." Gucci said without hesitation, "No problem. With his master watching over him, his life wouldn't be in danger." Of course, he was willing. Several monarchs started to attack. Although Gucci said he wanted to go, he still didn't move. His thoughts were clear. He wanted the other monarchs to test it out. If the stone star beast's strength was ordinary, then he might not do anything. As long as someone killed the stone star beast with his strength, he could definitely get a share. As for Wu Yang, he could get a share. With his status and strength, no one dared to underestimate him. Boom, boom, boom. The monarchs first had to clean up the spinning stone eggs. Once these things accelerated to the extreme, even monarchs had to dodge. Fortunately, the stone star beast wasn't an adult yet. If it wanted to accelerate the stone eggs to the extreme, it would take at least a few days. This gave the monarchs an opportunity. Chapter 208. The flesh and blood of cultivators was a great supplement for the stone star beast. The flesh and blood of cultivators that were crushed by the stone eggs were absorbed by the stone star beast. Therefore, when the monarchs started to attack, the stone star beast was not afraid at all. On the contrary, it was very excited. It let out an earth-shattering roar and rushed towards the monarchs. Together with the flying stone eggs, it crashed into the monarch. Wu Yang laughed. Actually, the stone star beast doesn't have many attacking methods. As long as the stone eggs are suppressed and not allowed to fly, the stone star beast won't be able to do anything. Gucci said, "I know, but it's very difficult to stop the stone eggs from flying. If it's an adult stone star beast, it won't be able to stop it at all." Wu Yang nodded. He seemed to know the stone star beast very well. He said, "This kind of attack is too weak for the monarchs." A few more monarchs rushed up. There were already 7 or 8 monarchs launching attack. Wu Yang said, "Yes, with so many monarchs attacking, this stone star beast won't be able to stop them. Look, it's injured." Under the simultaneous attacks of 7 or 8 monarchs, the young stone star beast's defense was broken and it was badly mutilated. Immediately, the stone star beast was enraged. It let out an earth-shattering roar. Following the roar, the stone eggs on the ground jumped up again. They were driven by an unknown force and started to spin crazily. Swoosh! Swoosh! The sound of the stone eggs breaking through the air rang out. The monarchs immediately retreated and launched attacks at the same time. This time, they were not targeting the stone star beast, but the flying stone eggs. Under the joint efforts of the monarchs, the flying stone eggs were immediately suppressed. Only a small number of stone eggs were left hovering in the air. However, they were no longer a threat to the monarchs. After losing the protection of the stone eggs, the stone star beast revealed its true appearance. It had a body that was more than 30 meters long and a huge tail that was more than 20 meters long. Its skin was made of stone. Its appearance was very strange. However, it still had 4 thick and short legs, a long crocodile-like mouth, and 2 eyes that were as big as water tanks. They emitted a green-gray light and stared coldly and mercilessly at the tiny people. Wu Yang said, "In a few moments, this stone star beast will be finished, hee. Gucci nodded and said, "Yes, without protection, even if I attack, I can kill them quickly." The 8 monarchs looked at each other and smiled. They were very confident that they could kill this stone star beast. At this moment, Wu Yang's expression changed slightly. He said, "Oh no, there's another stone star beast." He pulled Gucci and quickly retreated a few thousand meters away. Boom, boom, boom. Countless stone eggs suddenly rose from the ground and mysteriously floated in the air. In an instant, the ground sank by more than 10 meters, and countless stone eggs strangely floated in the air. Wu Yang sighed and said, "Let's go back. It'll be too late if we delay any longer. I didn't expect there to be 2 adult stone star beasts. If there was only 1 adult stone star beast, I might be able to deal with it, but 2, forget it. Open the secret door quickly." Although Gucci still didn't understand the situation, he didn't doubt Wu Yang's words. He immediately opened the secret door, and the 2 instantly left through it. As for the other monarchs, Wu Yang wouldn't remind them. If they couldn't figure out the situation, then so be it if they died. With fewer monarchs, there would be less competition. As soon as the 2 of them left, the stone eggs that were suspended in the air shot out like bullets. They flew in all directions and their power was not something that a young stone star beast could compare with. Even if a true monarch wanted to block it, it would be very difficult. The most important thing was that one could block hundreds or thousands of stone eggs, but could one block tens or hundreds of thousands of stone eggs, continuously shooting at them? Every monarch was running. Fortunately, monarchs were different from 9th ring sages. Their strength was different. It was possible for them to be injured, but it was difficult to kill them. Plus, they had the secret door. If they really couldn't handle it, they could still escape. It was just that forcefully opening the secret door would cause them great losses. When Wu Yang and Gucci came out of the secret door, they immediately saw Lei Xingfeng, Xian Zhaoluan, and Feng Qinzong. They didn't dare to leave after coming out of the secret door. They told the other 9 to leave while the 3 waited. Lei Xingfeng was the youngest. Usually, the master doted on the youngest disciple. So when Lei Xingfeng saw his master and ancestor come out, he immediately asked, "You killed the stone star beast?" "No, the time was too short." "Did something happen?" Wu Yang smiled and said, "Yes, something happened. We were scared back, so we ran fast." "Haha." Gucci explained, "We've gone too far. We can't go to that place anymore. 3 stone star beasts, 2 adults and 1 child. What you saw was a child stone star beast. Good heavens, 2 adult stone star beasts just came out. That thing is terrifying. Whoever stays there is an idiot." Lei Xingfeng was also dumbfounded. 3 stone star beasts. Although he didn't know much about stone star beasts, just a child stone star beast could kill countless 9th ring sages. It was better to stay away from adult stone star beasts. He thought it was a pity. That place was where the sky crystal could be found. Xian Zhaoluan's face suddenly turned ugly. The possibility of him obtaining a sky crystal was infinitely close to zero. At the very least, it was impossible to get a sky crystal from the great stone field. Feng Qinzong was restless. He had wanted to leave for a long time. There should be a sky crystal in the hidden Luan space. He needed to find someone to pick it out. Among all the rocks, finding a sky crystal would take a lot of effort. It was like finding a grain of gold in a basin of sand. It was very difficult. Luckily, he was sure there was one, so he could be patient and search for it. Lei Xingfeng said, "We can't go there anymore?" Wu Yang slapped Lei Xingfeng's head and laughed. "Go there to court death. There are so many of them in the outside world. What's so fun about the great stone field?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Ah, what a pity." Wu Yang laughed. "There's nothing to pity. It's good this way. If we find too many sky crystals, it will cause chaos and killing." Xian Zhaoluan said, "How can there be too many? Eldest senior brother searched for 17 years and only found one sky crystal this time. I didn't even see the shadow of a sky crystal." Wu Yang was immediately amused. He said, Zong's luck is not bad. He played for 17 years and didn't get anything. This time, he got it in one go?" Feng Qinzong said, "Isn't it because of a Feng? If it wasn't for him, I might not have gotten it. A Feng's luck is good." Lei Xingfeng thought, "He's dragging me into this too? Eldest senior brother is really cunning." But he didn't refute because he didn't know where to start. Gucci said, "Interesting. Zong, let me see what a sky crystal looks like." Even though he was a monarch, he had never seen a sky crystal before. Feng Qinzong's face suddenly turned bitter. He said, "Master, I can't take it out." Gucci said, "What's wrong? Are you afraid that I'll steal your sky crystal?" Feng Qinzong was shocked. He said, "No, master, it's like this." He explained the whole situation, then said, "So I took a bunch of random things and piled them up in my hidden Luan space. I can't take them out in a short time. Once I find them, I'll come to you and show you." Wu Yang praised, very smart robbery method. Not bad, as expected of your master's eldest disciple." Hearing this, Lei Xingfeng was speechless. Who praises people like this? Even Gucci was full of praise, thinking that Feng Qinzong was very smart. At a time like this, one should rob without hesitation. Otherwise, one would regret it for the rest of one's life. In the end, Lei Xingfeng realized that in this world, those who were strong by hook or by crook wouldn't be criticized. This also reminded him that if he found a sky crystal or saint crystal, it was best not to leave any trace. He originally planned to give a sky crystal to Xian Zhaoluan, but now he completely dispelled that idea. If he gave it to Xian Zhaoluan and the other senior brothers and sisters came to ask for it, how would he deal with them? If he didn't give it to them, even if they didn't become enemies, they wouldn't gain anything. In this world, there wasn't a single cultivator who didn't want to become stronger. It was no wonder that Feng Qinzong could search for sky crystals in the great stone fields for 17 years. Even if he didn't stay for 17 years, Lei Xingfeng was extremely impressed. He had only been in the great stone fields for 10 days, and he was already extremely impatient. He didn't think that Feng Qinzong would be so persistent. Feng Qinzong excitedly rushed out. He comforted Xian Zhaoluan and said a few words to Lei Xingfeng before leaving in a hurry. When he left, his face was full of smiles. Obviously, his mood was extremely good. Lei Xingfeng also said goodbye to Xian Zhaoluan and took Jean Dia, Mad Eagle, and Tiger Love back to his home. Sitting in the living room, Jean Dia sighed and said, "We didn't get anything. Sigh, even if there are some other mines, even if we find sky crystals, we won't get a share. By the way, Feng, if there's a chance in the future, can we go there ourselves?" Jean Dia and the other two were outside and didn't see Wu Yang come out of the secret door, so they didn't know about the changes in the great stone field. Mad Eagle and Tiger Love also showed a trace of yearning. Lei Xingfeng shook his head and said, we can't go. There's a major change in the great stone field. Jean Dia said, What change? That star beast wasn't killed? Lei Xingfeng said, It's not that it was killed, but that 2 adult stone star beasts came. The one we saw was a young stone star beast, but the monarchs besieged it and attracted 2 adult stone star beasts. So, before we could see the result, Master and Founder ran back. He was too embarrassed to say that the 2 escaped back. Jean Dia was stunned. He was different from Mad Eagle and Tiger Love. He had no other choice but to join Lei Xingfeng. He needed the Yin Ring to extend his life every year. If he could get Saint Crystals, he would have a chance to advance. Even if the chance was less than half, he would choose to advance without hesitation. Even if he died, he wouldn't regret it. Chapter 209. However, this path was completely gone. Of course, Jean Dia was very disappointed. Jean Dia was not the only one disappointed. Even Mad Eagle and Tiger Love looked disappointed. Mad Eagle said self-deprecatingly, I can't help but want things that I can't get. Hee, if there's a heaven crystal, I'll choose to advance too. Even if I die, it'll be worth it. Tiger Love said, If you die, it'll be a waste of a heaven crystal. Mad Eagle said angrily, I'm saying if. Don't you understand? If I advance, I'll make a killing. Tiger Love smiled and said, All right, that's if. That's if. Lei Xingfeng was also amused. He said, That's right, that's if. Actually, I can understand Uncle Ying's thoughts. If I advance, the world will be different from then on. Mad Eagle said, A phone, don't worry. If I advance, even if I become a perfected lord, I won't leave. I'll still choose to be your guard. Jean Dia smiled and said, Are you serious? That's a little exaggerated. Yes, I'm saying if you advance, who would dare to use a perfected lord as a guard? Mad Eagle raised his hand and punched him. He scolded, Big teeth. You don't have big teeth, you have a big mouth. Immediately, Lei Xingfeng and Tiger Love laughed. Jean Dia was not angry. He rubbed his shoulder and said with a smile, My mouth is big to begin with. A big mouth eats everything. In my hometown, this is a lucky person. That's why a big mouth is a big mouth. Mad Eagle also laughed. He said, Forget it, I can't be bothered to argue with you. Jean Dia said, To be honest, if a phone can find a heaven crystal for me, if I can advance, I'll continue to be a guard. Mad Eagle rolled his eyes and said, Dream on. Give you a heaven crystal? Do you think it's so easy to find heaven crystals? A Feng's first senior brother searched for 17 years, but he could not find the great stone quarry that produced heavenly crystals. This time, he took advantage of the situation and snatched a heavenly crystal. Don't let your imagination run wild. Jean Dia said, I don't care about the others, but I don't know why, but I have confidence in a phone. Tiger Love suddenly said, It's strange. I also have this kind of confidence. Their words made Lei Xingfeng's scalp go numb. Needless to say, both of them were right. Lei Xingfeng had indeed found heaven crystals and even saint crystals. Moreover, he had a certain amount of them, but he didn't dare to take them out. Mad Eagle was stunned for a moment before he said, I think I'm confident too. Jean Dia said, Not resolute enough. We all believe in it, but only you seem to be confident. Mad Eagle said angrily, Hey, Big Tooth, do you have anything against me today? Jean Dia raised his hand and said, No, I don't dare to have anything against you. Tiger Love laughed and said, Old Eagle, don't follow his rhythm. You're at a disadvantage. Mad Eagle reacted and said, Tiger is still the best to me. Jean Dia shivered and said, So mushy. Lei Xingfeng waved his hand and said, Okay, it's time to rest. It's been a tiring journey. The three of them returned to their rooms to rest. They were indeed tired during this period of time. Lei Xingfeng returned to his room. He couldn't sleep at all. He sat on the animal skin cushion and played with a stone egg in his hand. He knew that there was something in the stone egg, but he didn't dare to open it. What a joke! Once he opened it, there would definitely be fluctuations. At that time, all the masters in the secret treasure space would probably sense it. After pondering for a long time, Lei Xingfeng decided to leave temporarily and find a secret place to open the stone egg. No matter what, this thing was too precious, especially for a ninth ring sage. It was a fatal temptation. He didn't doubt that if Xian Zhaoluan knew that he had the sky crystal and that he didn't want to give it away, he would definitely use any means to get it. He didn't dare to take the risk and didn't want to have a conflict with his senior brother. The best way was to leave the secret treasure space. He couldn't even bring anyone with him. Whether it was Jean Dia, Mad Eagle, or Tiger Love, he couldn't bring anyone with him. After thinking for a long time, Lei Xingfeng decided to leave, and he would leave immediately. He planned to go to the Wanxi continent and open the sky crystal underwater. There probably wouldn't be any fluctuations there. The Wanxi continent was very close to the secret treasure space, so Lei Xingfeng quickly arrived at a lake. This time, he didn't bring the 3 guards with him. Instead, he asked a servant to tell them that he was going out for a walk and would be back soon. Lei Xingfeng, who had reached the 7th ring sage body, was basically invincible. Moreover, there were very few 9th ring sages in this world. Most of them had gone to the outer world and didn't have much time to wander around this world. Lei Xingfeng was very safe here. Lei Xingfeng didn't need to row a boat. He flew all the way. He was very emotional. In just a short decade, he had already stepped into the ranks of high-level sages. Lei Xingfeng had already learned how to locate, so as long as he had been to a place before, he wouldn't get lost. He followed the lake and headed north. The speed of flying and rowing were 2 completely different concepts. The speed was extremely fast, and Lei Xingfeng was of the lightning attribute, so he flew as fast as lightning. In less than half a day, Lei Xingfeng had flown thousands of miles away. Lei Xingfeng's mood improved a lot when he came to the cool and humid lake from the hot and dry Great Stone Field. In the Great Stone Fields, there was always an invisible pressure that made it easy for him to lose his mental balance. However, here, Lei Xingfeng's mood was adjusted to the best possible state of mind. From afar, he saw many small boats rowing in one direction. Lei Xingfeng flew into the sky and looked into the distance. Soon, he saw a small town on the water. He was very familiar with this kind of town. When he first landed in the Wanxi continent, he saw this kind of town on the water. It was very common in the Wanxi continent. Soon, Lei Xingfeng flew to a place not far from the town on the water. Then, he landed and flashed to the street of the town. The so-called street of the town was a road made of thick plank. He could see the lake below through the cracks of the plank. The street was very narrow, and the houses on both sides were densely packed. They were built in a variety of shapes and sizes. There were no formal architects here. They were all made of planks and tried to piece them together. There were really all kinds of houses. The only thing lacking was beauty. The street was filled with the unique fishy smell of the town on the water. Salted fish and dried shrimps were hung in every house. The smell was full of damp, salty, and fishy. Lei Xingfeng felt that this smell was very familiar. The town on the water was full of local fishermen, and very few outsiders entered. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng was really very eye-catching. In addition, his clothes were too gorgeous, which made him even more eye-catching. Lei Xingfeng knew that this kind of remote town would definitely be occupied by cultivators. However, they were all low-level cultivators. With his current appearance, there would definitely be people coming to interact with him. As expected, before he walked to the pier, a person dressed like a butler came up to him with a smile. Lei Xingfeng stopped and looked at that person with a calm expression. That person said very humbly, "Excuse me, Senior, are you a cultivator?" His dressing was something that only cultivators would wear. Moreover, he appeared suddenly and did not come to the town on a small boat. He would definitely be mistaken as a cultivator. Lei Xingfeng said indifferently. Yes, did your master invite me? That person bowed and said, Yes, my master invites you to meet him. With Lei Xingfeng's status, it was impossible for him to ignore the other party. However, Lei Xingfeng did not have such thoughts. He had no interest in this town at all. The only reason he agreed to meet the local cultivator was because he had not eaten yet. It would be good to find a place to eat. He said, Lead the way. It was a small courtyard built at the edge of the town. It was a very simple house with a total of 6 rooms. There was also a wooden platform. There were a few small boats tied to the platform. There was not even a single big boat. It was very dilapidated. Lei Xingfeng judged that even if there were cultivators here, their levels would not be high. A butler and 2 servants. This cultivator was really too shabby. This was a Wanluan Shi. Lei Xingfeng saw through his cultivation at a glance. In Lei Xingfeng's eyes, this person did not look like a cultivator at all. He was more like a fisherman with big hands and big feet. He was a middle-aged man with a dark face full of wrinkles. When he saw Lei Xingfeng, he was a little flustered. The key was that Lei Xingfeng's aura was too strong. Lei Xingfeng could not do anything about it. He had advanced to the 7th ring sage, and his aura was extraordinary. Even if he tried his best to suppress it, the aura that occasionally leaked out was enough to make the other party breathless. That person was a little flustered and said, Tian Xiaonian, Wanluan Shi. Greetings, senior. Although he could not see through Lei Xingfeng's cultivation, he was absolutely sure that it was much higher than his. Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, Lei Xingfeng, nice to meet you. He did not follow the rules to report his level at all. If he wanted to scare the other party to death, he could just report his level. Tian Xiaonian politely asked Lei Xingfeng to sit down and said, Senior, you are in Tian Town. What can I do for you? Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, Don't worry. Don't be so formal. I'm just passing by. Tian Xiaonian was relieved. Any cultivator in a remote place was most afraid of foreign cultivators. Who knew if they were here to take over their territory? Senior, please take a rest here. I'll find someone to cook. Haha, there are no specialties here, only some local lake products. You go and find some fresh fish and prawns. The butler nodded and hurried out. Lei Xingfeng looked at him with a smile. Tian Xiaonian said, That's my butler, Tian Shuyu. Haha, he is actually my uncle. He has been helping me here. Lei Xingfeng said, It's okay. Don't worry too much. Just cook a meal. I'm not particular. Tian Xiaonian said respectfully, It's rare for you to come. Haha, I have to do my best. Lei Xingfeng was about to speak when he saw an old man coming out of the inner room. He said, Xiaonian, do you have a guest? Tian Xiaonian hurried forward to help him and said, Master, why did you come out? I can serve you well. Lei Xingfeng was stunned. He stood up suddenly and said in horror, You are. Chapter 210. Yan Wu. Lei Xingfeng couldn't believe that the person in front of him was Yan Wu. He and Yan Wu were of the same generation, and Yan Wu's elders were said to be very powerful. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng couldn't believe that Yan Wu had fallen to such an extent. Tian Xiaonian said, Senior, you've got the wrong person. My master is not Yan Wu. Lei Xingfeng found that Yan Wu had completely lost his cultivation. He said, In my opinion, you should be Yan Wu. The old man was indeed Yan Wu. His luck was worse than Lei Xingfeng's. He also fell from the ancient Luan channel after it was broken. Although Si Stano's punch didn't destroy the Luan point, it was enough to cause changes in the ancient Luan channel. Lei Xingfeng was luckier. After he was rescued, he recovered quickly. However, Yan Wu's luck was worse. He fell into a coma after falling. Plus, he was soaked in water for dozens of days before he was rescued. At that time, he had completely missed the treatment time. Even his hidden Luan space couldn't be opened. There was no way to save himself. Tian Xiaonian was an ordinary fisherman. After saving Yen Wu, he tried his best to serve him. Finally, his life was saved. However, his cultivation was completely destroyed and he couldn't cultivate again. Yen Wu was depressed because of this. He couldn't even go back. The Wanxi continent was so big. He was now an ordinary person. How could he find his way home? He stayed in Tianjia town. Although Tian Xiaonian was not very good and he was old, he still taught Tian Xiaonian how to cultivate in order to repay him. After so many years, Tian Xiaonian was barely promoted to a 10,000 lun master. If he wanted to be promoted to a milun master, it would take at least a few decades. Lei Xingfeng didn't expect to meet Yen Wu here. He said, "Brother Wu, in this case, do you want me to inform your family?" Unexpectedly, Yen Wu shook his head and said, "No, I'd rather die here than go back and embarrass myself. Alas, I'm too ashamed to go back." Lei Xingfeng smiled bitterly. He didn't expect Yen Wu to be so miserable. Yen Wu asked, "How is your grandfather now?" Lei Xingfeng shook his head and said, "I don't know. I'm also looking for him. Back then, when we went through the ancient Luan passage together, I also fell halfway. Fortunately, someone saved me and I survived." Yen Wu had a bitter expression and said, "All of us fell from the passageway. I wonder how the others are doing?" Lei Xingfeng said, "I've been looking for him, but there's still no news." Yen Wu already had a head full of white hair and an aged face. Lei Xingfeng estimated that he did not have many years left to live. Lei Xingfeng asked, "Fifth brother, do you know where the others live?" If he could find the addresses of Gulu, Anyadan, and Tai Popo, he might be able to find Thunderstorm. Yen Wu said, "I don't know. They are all people who like to run around. It's hard for them to stay in one place." Yi was able to find them because they have a special way of communicating. Lei Xingfeng said, "Do you and Yi have a special way of communicating?" Yen Wu said helplessly, "We used to, but when we left last time, we didn't agree," so Lei Xingfeng was extremely disappointed and said, Si Dano. This bastard, wait until I reach 9th ring sage body, then I'll find you." Yen Wu was stunned and said, 9th ring sage body? How can it be so easy? You should have one true ring sage body by now, right? Lei Xingfeng said, "No, I'm a 7th ring sage now. 9th ring, I'll reach it soon." Yen Wu was completely stunned. 7th ring? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Several thoughts flashed through his mind, but he couldn't believe that Lei Xingfeng could reach the level of a 7th ring sage. Lei Xingfeng was only a mill wheel master in the past. He hadn't even reached the level of a 7th ring sage. He said, This is impossible. You, how did you advance?" Tian Xiaonian was also shocked. Although he was only a Wanlunshi, Yen Wu often chatted with him and told him what a 7th ring sage was. A 7th ring sage was definitely a rare existence. Among the sages, they were all extraordinary guys. He didn't expect that such a person would come to his house. Lei Xingfeng said, "Oh, I entered the secret door." Tian Xiaonian didn't understand this, but Yen Wu did. He had a powerful elder who was also in the secret door. Originally, when Yen Wu reached 6th ring, he was going to let him enter the secret door. Yen Wu said, "You actually entered the secret door. This is a good opportunity. Who introduced you?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Well, I was apprenticed." Yen Wu was completely shocked. He said, You were apprenticed to a perfected cultivator?" Lei Xingfeng said, "You also know about a perfected cultivator?" Many cultivators didn't know about the existence of a perfected cultivator if they didn't enter the secret door. Yen Wu said, "A Feng, my uncle is in the secret door. How can I not know?" Lei Xingfeng said, "I see." Speaking of this, both of them fell silent. After all, Lei Xingfeng and Yen Wu were not familiar with each other. Obviously, they didn't have many topics to talk about. Although Tian Xiaonian was a fisherman, he was good at reading people's expressions. He said, "Senior, let's eat." Yen Wu said, You should call him Martial Uncle. Tian Xiaonian immediately changed his words and said, Martial Uncle. Lei Xingfeng nodded. He took out a Zesh cold pearl and said, It's nothing good. I got it outside and put it in the room. It's very cool. He had 2 Zesh cold pearls, so he gave one to Tian Xiaonian. Tian Xiaonian didn't dare to take it. He turned to look at Yen Wu. Yen Wu nodded and said, Take it. Thank Martial Uncle. He knew that it was a treasure from the outside world. Tian Xiaonian hurriedly took it and thanked him. Thank you, Martial Uncle. Haha, Martial Uncle, please eat outside. Yen Wu also stood up and stretched out his hand. Please. Lei Xingfeng got up and went to the wooden platform with Yen Wu. There were tables and chairs, and plates of dishes were placed on the table. There was a large plate of fried prawns, a large bowl of boiled fish, and a large bowl of braised pork. The braised pork was a rare delicacy because there was no meat here. It could only be purchased from a distant place. There was also a plate of peanuts, a plate of cold fish grass, and a plate of stir-fried fish maw. Tian Shuiyu came over with a large wooden bucket. She opened the lid of the wooden bucket and it was filled with rice. Rice was the staple food here. Lei Xingfeng turned his hand and took out a packet of braised beef. He said, Ask Yu to cut it. It's a local specialty of our hometown. Yen Wu said, Yu, go and get a jar of old wine. It's rare for friends to come. I want to drink a few bowls. Tian Shuiyu agreed and took the braised beef into the house. The 3 of them sat down. Tian Xiaonian said, Martial Uncle, let's eat something first. Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, I'm hungry. Xiaonian, get the rice. The 3 of them ate together. Lei Xingfeng found that Yen Wu's appetite was obviously much smaller. He only ate 2 bowls of rice and stopped eating. The dishes on the table and the rice in the wooden bucket were basically finished by Lei Xingfeng and Tian Xiaonian. They were definitely big eaters. At this time, Tian Shuiyu came in with a wine jar and a large plate of braised beef. There were also several wine bowls on the wine jar. Tian Xiaonian personally set the bowls and poured the wine. Tian Shuiyu went to fry a fried prawn. He found that Lei Xingfeng liked to eat prawns very much. In the Wanxi continent, other things might be rare, but there were all kinds of prawns. They were not valuable at all. Yen Wu picked up a bowl of wine and drank it in one gulp. He let out a long breath and said, Afong, if you can find Aslan, ask her to come. In fact, he had not completely given up. Aslan was a master of healing. Lei Xingfeng shook his head slightly and said, Brother Wu, Aslan. I'm also looking for her. You know, she took my little sister away. If I find her, if she doesn't have a good reason, I won't forgive her. Of course, if my little sister is fine and she takes good care of her, then I'll let it go. If she wronged my little sister, I'm not a nice person. Yen Wu nodded and said, Well, when she took your sister away, she secretly ran away. She left the place where she lived? Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, I don't know why, but she had a conflict with someone. Her place was destroyed and many people died. But Aslan and my little sister were not there. Yen Wu said, Who is so bold? Lei Xingfeng said, I've already dealt with it. It should be the disaster caused by the ancient Hidden Luan. I don't know who it is, but later, an 8th ring true master came. Well, he was called Sun Buru. He was beaten away by my 2 guards. Yen Wu was puzzled and asked, Guards? Sun Buru is an 8th ring true master. Your guards can beat him away? Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, Well, at that time, my guards were 8th ring true masters, just like Sun Buru. But now they are both 9th ring true masters. Yen Wu immediately understood. Lei Xingfeng was a direct disciple. He definitely wasn't an existence that did odd jobs in the hidden sect. He probed, Afong, do you have a yin ring? Lei Xingfeng said, Yin ring, I have one. You want to use the yin ring to heal your injuries? Yen Wu's spirit was lifted. He grabbed Lei Xingfeng's arm and said anxiously, You really have a yin ring? He didn't expect Lei Xingfeng to have such a treasure at all. But after thinking about it, it wasn't strange. As a direct disciple of the hidden sect, how could he not have a yin ring? Lei Xingfeng didn't say anything. He flipped his hand and took out a yin ring. He said, "Are you talking about this?" Yen Wu was surprised and happy at the same time. Yes. Yes, that's it, that's it. His voice was a little choked up. This was his only hope. Back then, he tried everything to leave the Wanxi continent. But this place was too far away from his hometown. After losing his cultivation, he couldn't use his Luan point. He couldn't pass through the ancient Luan passage. Most importantly, he lost the ability to tell directions. How could he go home? When a drowning man suddenly grabbed onto something that could save his life, he would definitely hold on to it tightly. Chapter 211. Without drinking any more, Yen Wu grabbed the yin ring and hurried towards his room. He wanted to try and see if he could rely on the yin ring's enormous energy to break through and recover his strength. After all, he was a swordsman with 4 true ring bodies back then. Tian Xiaonian immediately followed him and said, "Master, Master, what's wrong?" Lei Xingfeng sat down and said, "Xiaonian, don't worry about your master. Let him be alone." Tian Xiaonian ran a few steps and stopped. He asked in confusion, "What's wrong with master?" Lei Xingfeng said, "If nothing goes wrong, your master is likely to recover his 4th true ring body. Haha, great perfected Luan Yin master. At that time, you will be able to hold your head high." Tian Xiaonian said, "Master's junior, you mean master can recover?" Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "There should be a 50% chance. The remaining 50% depends on luck. If he is lucky, he may recover." Since the yin ring was condensed by a perfected monarch, it had no attribute. Any cultivator could use it. However, it was better not to use it for those below the 6th ring body. It was difficult to control and could even kill. However, the yin ring had a special feature. If it was used to heal injuries, the effect would be very good. Of course, it required special skills, and Yen Wu had such skills. Tian Xiaonian accompanied Lei Xingfeng to drink. Lei Xingfeng said, "This wine tastes good." The reason why he said it was good was that the taste of the wine was very similar to the rice wine in his previous life. It gave him a nostalgic feeling. Tian Xiaonian smiled and said, "This is an old wine that I brewed. It has been kept for 6 years. If Masters Junior wants some, I have a few jars here. I can give them all to you." Lei Xingfeng did not refuse and said, "Okay." In fact, he also knew how to brew wine. Not only did he know how to brew rice wine, but he also knew how to brew fruit wine. However, he did not have the time to do that. The deep-fried prawns were delicious. As Lei Xingfeng ate, he chatted and said, "Xiaonian, why didn't you take in more servants?" Tian Xiaonian smiled bitterly and said, "There are not many people here. We are all from the same village, so I am embarrassed to ask someone to be my servant. I have hands and feet, so I have no problem supporting my master. In addition, some vendors come here and give me some commission. I am already living a good life. Before I became a disciple, I only had enough to eat by fishing. Now I don't have to worry about food and drink anymore." This was a fisherman, and his mentality was still that of a fisherman. He did not have any awareness of becoming a cultivator. All he thought about was how to fill his stomach, and not further his cultivation. Lei Xingfeng felt a little strange. This guy's aptitude was very ordinary, but he managed to cultivate to Wan Luan Shi in 10 years. Perhaps this mentality was the reason. Lei Xingfeng said, "Xiaonian, you are a cultivator. What you pursue is different from ordinary people. You have to go further." Tian Xiaonian smiled and said, "I'm very hard-working when it comes to cultivation. Really, as long as I have time, I'll work hard to cultivate. Even my master said that my progress is very fast, faster than those who have good aptitude." Lei Xingfeng stared at him and said, "You have the water attribute, right?" Tian Xiaonian nodded and said, Yes, I am a cultivator with the water attribute. Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, No wonder. In the Wanxi continent, cultivators with the water attribute have a lot of advantages. It is understandable that you are faster. This was a world of water. If a cultivator with the water attribute was a cultivator with the water attribute, it would be better than cultivators with other attribute. Lei Xingfeng said again, You must have been good at swimming since you were a child. Tian Xiaonian smiled and said, Yes, yes. My swimming ability is really one of the best in this area. This was the so-called like a fish in water. If everything was suitable, the speed of cultivation would not be bad. Even if Tian Xiaonian's aptitude was relatively poor, he had cultivated to Wan Luanshi in more than 10 years. According to Lei Xingfeng's estimation, if there were enough Luan rings, Luan Yin rings, and Yin rings, this guy might be able to forcibly advance to the 6th ring sage. It depended on whether Yan Wu had so many resources and whether he was willing to train him. After taking a sip of wine and peeling a fried shrimp, Lei Xingfeng felt funny. Why should he worry about this? As long as Yan Wu could recover, Tian Xiaonian would make progress. Lei Xingfeng said, Are you alone? Tian Xiaonian said, Yes. When I was young, I didn't have money, so I didn't get a wife. Later, I started to cultivate. There was no time. Let's talk about it later. Lei Xingfeng smiled slightly. As long as one started to cultivate, he would not choose to get married. With the vision and strength of a cultivator, it was difficult to find an ordinary person. Of course, when one's cultivation reached a certain level and began to stagnate, he would consider the next generation. It was normal to find 3 or 5 women. After Yan Wu entered the room, there was no news. It was not until the next day that he came out of the room. Lei Xingfeng asked, Brother Wu, how is it? Yan Wu said, There is hope. I have recovered the strength of a mill wheel master. Haha, it won't be long before I can recover to the 1st ring sage. The most important thing is that I can open the hidden Luan space. Alas, if I could open the hidden Luan space, I would not be so embarrassed. Yan Wu's bent back had straightened, and his dull eyes were shining. Lei Xingfeng knew that Yan Wu was no longer an ordinary person. Tian Xiaonian said excitedly, Master, have you recovered? Yan Wu said, I will be able to recover in a while. Haha, Xiaonian, when I recover my strength, you can go with me. Tian Xiaonian nodded and said, Okay, Master, I will go with you. Lei Xingfeng said, Since there are no more problems, 5th brother, I have something to do. I'll leave first. By the way, get me a boat. He took out a few golden rings and handed them to Tian Xiaonian. Yan Wu bowed and said, Afeng, I can't thank you enough. If you need me in the future, just send me a message. Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, No problem. If I need your help, I will definitely find you. Tian Xiaonian declined, No need for the golden rings. I have a boat here. I will give it to you. Xanfeng spoke, I told you to take it, so take it. Yan Wu said, Xiaonian, take the golden rings and give the boat to me. It was the best boat. Tian Xiaonian agreed. After that, Lei Xingfeng and Yan Wu exchanged their respective addresses and left. Xanfeng rowed the small boat all the way down, quickly reaching the depths of the lake. The borders of the Wanxi continent were all gigantic lakes, but they weren't all filled with water. Instead, there were countless tidal flats, countless small islands, and countless reed swamps. Moving around inside, it was easy to get lost. For 3 consecutive days, Lei Xingfeng did not see anyone. Between heaven and earth, there was only the sound of the rippling lake and the chirping of various waterfowl. After flying into the air and circling around, Lei Xingfeng was sure that this was an extremely desolate lake. There was no trace of human beings. It was the best place to open the sky crystal. He should not disturb anyone. Even so, he decided to open the stone egg in the lake. The fluctuation of the stone egg was too shocking. He had to be careful. Lei Xingfeng felt like a thief. He was very careful, afraid that someone would find out. With a splash, Lei Xingfeng jumped into the water and dived down. The lake here was not polluted at all. The water was very clear. The bottom of the lake was full of aquatic plants. Countless fish were swimming back and forth. Looking up from the bottom of the lake, it was blue. The view at the bottom of the lake was very good. It was more than 10 meters deep. Lei Xingfeng took out a stone egg from his hidden Luan space. Before he could handle it, the stone egg began to melt. Layer by layer, he rubbed it with his hand. The stone egg quickly became smaller. Lei Xingfeng was overjoyed. He did not expect that the stone egg could not come into contact with water. In just a moment, a fluctuation spread out and was quickly absorbed by the lake. The fluctuation only spread out a few meters before disappearing. Lei Xingfeng was completely relieved. He saw a crystal as thick as a finger. It was hexagonal with 2 sharp ends. There was a silver line in the middle. He knew that it was the silver liquid that was sealed in the crystal. This silver liquid was very small, but it could increase a 9th ring sage's chances of becoming a true monarch by 40%. Quickly putting the sky crystal into his hidden Luan space, Lei Xingfeng took out another stone egg. This stone egg was glowing with a golden light. He wanted to check if it also had a crystal. This stone egg melted even faster. With a slight shake in the water, the stone egg seemed to be made of mud. It quickly melted. Another fluctuation spread out. This time, it spread out a bit further, but not more than 10 meters. Another crystal appeared. It was also a standard hexagonal cylinder. Inside the crystal, there was a golden line. Golden liquid. Lei Xingfeng was so happy that he grinned. He snatched a mouthful of water and hurriedly put away the Saint crystal. He quickly floated out of the water. He was so excited that he did not know what to do. He could not help but want to dance. What could be more precious than increasing the chances of becoming a true monarch by 60%? After calming down with great difficulty, Lei Xingfeng dived into the water again. In one breath, he extracted the sky crystal and Saint crystal. He knew that there was no doubt that he would become a true monarch. As long as he had a 9th ring true body, he would be able to smoothly become a true monarch. Lei Xingfeng suddenly understood that his greatest advantage was not his amazing potential or his hard work in cultivation. It was his vision. He could see resources that others could not get. He knew that once he became a true monarch, talent and cultivation were not important. What was important was a large amount of resources. With his vision, he could get resources that others could not get. This was his greatest advantage. Lei Xingfeng could not take out either sky crystal or Saint crystal. He knew that as long as he took out one, he would become the target of everyone. Unless he became a true monarch, no one would dare to target him. Instead, because he had sky crystal and Saint crystal, he would gain a large amount of connections and resources. These things were much more valuable than yin rings. In a sense, sky crystal and Saint crystal were priceless. He had to think of a way to become a true monarch. Chapter 212. Jean Dia said, "Old Eagle, I don't know where a phone went this time. Why is he grinning all the time after he came back?" Mad Eagle said, "Don't tell me you like a Feng's poker face every day?" Jean Dia said, "That's not what I meant. I just think that a Feng has something good to do? No, could it be that he found a woman outside? Is that why he's so excited?" Tiger Love said, "Hey, Big Tooth, what are you talking about? What do you mean by grinning?" Jean Dia said, "Don't you think that a Feng is a little abnormal?" Mad Eagle scolded jokingly, "You're the abnormal one. Big Tooth, you're already so old. You're too sensitive." Jean Dia muttered, "I really feel that something is wrong. Forget it, I won't talk to you anymore." It had to be said that Jean Dia had been outside for too long. He immediately felt that Lei Xingfeng's joy was different. However, he could not figure out what could make Lei Xingfeng so happy, so he said it. Who knew that Mad Eagle and Tiger Love would ignore it, which was a huge blow to him. Lei Xingfeng finished cultivating and came out. He said, "Is there any news?" Mad Eagle said, "What news?" Lei Xingfeng said, "I don't know what news. I'm just asking. Did anything happen recently?" Mad Eagle said, "No. There is one thing. Your eldest senior brother seems to have found the heaven crystal. A phone, you can go and see him. At the very least, you should know what the heaven crystal looks like." Lei Xingfeng snickered. Not only did he have the heaven crystal, he did not even lack the saint crystal. He had already seen it, but he felt that he could not reveal any flaws. He said, "You want to see it, right?" Mad Eagle said with a smile, "Of course. If I don't see it, I won't feel at ease. Hee, even Big Tooth wants to see it." Jean Dia said, "You were the one who wanted to see it. I didn't say anything." Mad Eagle cut him off and said, "All right, then you don't have to look, hee." Jean Dia said, "Bah. It's up to a phone to decide." The two of them bickered. Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "Let's go and take a look. I'm curious too." He pretended to be stupid. Since no one knew that he had obtained the celestial crystal and saint crystal, it was necessary for him to pretend. He took the three of them to Feng Qinzong's residence and invited them into the living room. Not only was Feng Qinzong there, but Xian Zhaoluan and Yin Yao were there as well. Lei Xingfeng stepped forward. "Big senior brother, third senior brother, sixth senior sister, you're all here." Yin Yao looked at Lei Xingfeng and said, "That's amazing. Little junior brother actually reached 7th ring. Are you trying to make me feel inferior?" She had heard from Xian Zhaoluan that Lei Xingfeng had reached 7th ring. She was so jealous. Lei Xingfeng laughed. "Senior sister, that's just luck." Luck, Yin Yao said. "I'm also considering going to Hanya Castle. Even that little girl Miao Ling has reached 6 rings. Sigh, as the 6th senior sister, I'm lagging behind." Xian Zhaoluan said, "A phone, are you here to see the celestial crystal?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Yeah, I'm just curious. Big senior brother, congratulations. With the celestial crystal, you're almost guaranteed to reach monarch." Feng Qinzong smiled. "It shouldn't be a problem. I have to thank a phone this time. I've benefited a lot." He took out the celestial crystal and placed it on the table. Lei Xingfeng went up to take a look, but he didn't take it with his hands. He just stood on the side and watched. Jean Dia, Mad Eagle, and Tiger Love also stood on the side and watched. No one was stupid enough to take the celestial crystal. That would be annoying. Xian Zhaoluan said, "I'm so envious of big senior brother. If you had hesitated, you wouldn't have gotten the celestial crystal." Lei Xingfeng said, "Yeah, no one thought of using this method to get the celestial crystal. Big senior brother must have been prepared." Feng Qinzong said, "I wasn't prepared. It was just a flash of inspiration. I was a bit impatient." Then, he put away the celestial crystal and said, "I still need to find some materials. I'm still missing a few. They're all very difficult to get. I've already asked Master to find them. Once I get the news, I'll go find them. If everything goes well, I plan to start breaking through." Xian Zhaoluan and Yin Yao both showed envious expressions. Once he reached monarch, he would be able to stand on his own. At that time, he would be in existence that his junior brothers and sisters could only look up to. Yin Yao said, "Breaking through to monarch is too difficult. If you have the celestial crystal, it'll be much easier. Big senior brother won't have to worry about breaking through." Xian Zhaoluan said, Yeah, you'll definitely break through." Even someone as experienced as Feng Qinzong was beaming with joy at the two's words. With his cultivation, he'd forcefully suppressed his breakthrough because he was afraid that the success rate would be too low. If he didn't succeed, he might die. Now, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. One should know that many talented cultivators died at this juncture. Feng Qinzong said, "Then I'll count on your auspicious words. Until now, there hasn't been a monarch in Master's sect. I hope I'll be the first." That way you'll have a target to chase after, hee. He wasn't boasting. In Gucci's sect, among the 9 disciples, he was indeed one of the most talented. If he could break through, it would be a great help to his junior brothers and sisters. Not to mention, after he broke through, he would be able to help his junior brothers and sisters. Lei Xingfeng smiled. I hope that my senior brothers and sisters can all break through to Monarch. Yin Yao smiled. That's going to be difficult. Unless you take out a pile of sky crystals, 1 for each person. That's more like it. Everyone understood that this was impossible. The only one who was worried was Lei Xingfeng. He had a pile of sky crystals on him. Of course, he didn't dare to take them out. At least, before he broke through to Monarch, he wouldn't dare to take them out. Xian Zhaoluan said, Okay, 1 for each person. Then, junior sister, you'll take them out? Yin Yao said, Bah! Aren't these good things always given out by senior brothers? Xian Zhaoluan said with a bitter face, Sigh, I'm already so excited that I'm about to jump up and down. If only there were sky crystals. It's a pity that the great stone fields will be impossible to enter without at least a decade. Yin Yao said, There should be other places that produce them, right? Feng Qinzong shook his head. Even if there is, we don't know. I only got the coordinates of the great stone fields by chance. Lei Xingfeng didn't dare to say more and just sat there obediently. Feng Qinzong turned to look at Lei Xingfeng and said, Feng, I got the sky crystals this time. Hee, there will be compensation. Do you want compensation now or after I break through to Monarch? You should know what I mean. Third junior brother, choose to wait after I break through. At this time, the compensation was just some yin rings. But after Feng Qinzong breaks through to Monarch, the compensation would be completely different. The strength of a monarch was completely different from that of a 9th ring sage. The things that could be obtained would also be different. Lei Xingfeng knew very well that after Feng Qinzong breaks through to Monarch, he would be able to obtain even more benefit. Lei Xingfeng smiled. Of course we'll wait until eldest senior brother breaks through to Monarch. Feng Qinzong was very satisfied. Right now, he needed to focus on breaking through. Most of the materials he had were useful. If he gave them away now, it would delay his breakthrough. Lei Xingfeng was considerate enough to wait for him to break through. This way, he wouldn't have to worry. He said, Don't worry, Feng. I won't treat you unfairly. Lei Xingfeng said, Eldest senior brother is too polite. In fact, he was very grateful to his eldest senior brother. If he hadn't taken him to the great stone fields, he wouldn't have had the chance to get so many sky crystals and saint crystals. This kind of thing was really the more the better. He still didn't have the ability to find the outer world by himself. He needed these senior brothers and sisters to take him there. Therefore, it was very important for him to have a good relationship with them. Feng Qinzong said, Feng, I might be going to the outer world soon. If you're free, how about you come with me? Xian Zhaoluan smiled. Eldest senior brother likes Feng's good luck, haha. Feng Qinzong nodded. Yeah. I've been busy for 17 years and didn't get any sky crystals. But Feng went with me and I got one. This luck is really too good. I'm still missing a few materials. If I take Feng with me, I might be able to find them without a hitch. Lei Xingfeng smiled. Aren't I the lucky baby now? Yin Yao couldn't help but pat Lei Xingfeng's head. Aren't you the lucky baby? Lei Xingfeng shrunk his neck. Don't touch my head. My luck will run away. Everyone laughed. Yin Yao said, If that's the case, Feng, the next time you go to the outer world, take me with you. Feng Qinzong said, No problem. But you'll have to pay for the yin rings yourself. Yin Yao said without hesitation, Sure. I'm alone anyway. Even if I have to pay for the yin rings, it won't be much. Lei Xingfeng didn't know about this. You need yin rings to use the hidden door? Yin Yao asked curiously. You've never used one before. Lei Xingfeng was embarrassed. No, it's all my senior brothers who take me. I even bring them with me. Yin Yao said, Ah? Senior brothers, you're so mean. You're so nice to your junior brother, but when it's my turn, you want me to pay Yin rings. This is bullying. Xian Zhaoluan said, Yeah, if I bring you and earn more, I don't mind bringing you for free. Last time I brought a phone, the materials we earned were enough to open the hidden door a dozen times. I can even bring 7 or 8 people with me. As for senior brother, aren't you jealous? Yin Yao was stunned. After a while, she said, Really? That's amazing. Oh, no matter what, I want to get a share of the glory. Feng Qinzong was also surprised. He'd always heard Xian Zhaoluan say that Lei Xingfeng was lucky. He didn't expect it to be true. Opening the hidden door cost a lot of Yin rings. Even he didn't dare to go to the outer world often. Under normal circumstances, if he didn't get anything, it would be a loss. Lei Xingfeng asked, How many Yin rings do you need to open the hidden door? You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.